Hey guys, this is the Demolation Man, Tony Dolan from Venom INC. I'll see you at the fucking morgue.
What's up? This is Tony, and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue, Season 2, Episode number 61. And as always, I'm joined by my co-host who is taking part in Hurricane Helene as we speak, Mr. Ed Webb. What's up, dude?
Mr. Anderson, what's going on, brother?
Same, man. I know you guys, we were watching a weather bat, me and you. We weren't sure if you were going to be on the show today or not, or we're not even sure if we're going to lose you during the show tonight. But you're not seeing too much weather yet, but this hurricane is huge that's coming through the Gulf.
It's huge, Tampa, huge. That's it. If you're in Tampa, you know what that is. That dude passed away too. But yeah, it's the way they were talking, because, you know, we were supposed to go to a concert last night, and it was up or down whether it was going to go down, and they canceled it last minute, as usual, and pissed people off, which makes sense. I mean, because I guess tonight was supposed to be Hootie and the Blowfish were playing in Tampa.
God.
And they, remember him?
Oh,
hey, he's
God.
huge, man. But they pulled the plug 2 days ago because they knew, but they already rescheduled it for Sunday, which is crazy. I'm like, wow. But yeah, it's there was a show at Janice that canceled last night.
They canceled Yngwie, which we want to mention on
Right.
this show actually for Friday night. They moved that till the 21st of November. So whoever got tickets from us, they'll be honored that night. But they did move it. So it's November 21st at the Capitol Theater, but that was supposed to go on Friday. They moved that. I think they moved just a bunch of shit, man. I think everything's pretty much canceled, or, you know, because you just never know. I mean, what was it, a couple of years ago, that one storm just totally took a different turn.
Well, I saw Pete Dolan put up Nervosa. Bailed on the show last night at the Conduit, which is on the East Coast, which really would have had no impact from the storm theoretically. But if they're, again, the thing people need to remember is the driving. There's a lot of people being evacuated. People were worried. I saw on the forums that they're coming from the beach or from up north, and once they leave, are they going to be able to get back because they're in evacuation zones?
Beach is already flooded too, man. Like Treasure Island and stuff.
I saw Bayshore looked. I mean, these motherfuckers are so stupid because the water goes out and they're out there running around on the sand,
swimming.
And no, they're running around where the water usually is up to the bridge, because what happens is it pulls the water out, and all these knuckleheads go out there and run around thinking it's funny. What they don't realize is when that storm surge comes back and it's 8 to 10 feet, which is what they're predicting, that's that's evil. You get caught up in the storm. That's what Dennis Phillips, man, he's one of the best meteorologists. He says,
he's the Florida guy for all of us, whoever doesn't know.
He literally says, storm surge is not from the rain. It's not. You don't die from flooding from the rain, unless it's Noah's Ark and it never stops. You know what I mean? But you die from storm surge because once that water keeps coming and it keeps coming and it keeps coming, and you stay in your house, the water rises and it doesn't stop when full tide comes back in. It's like a fucking nightmare. That's when you hear about people being trapped up in their attics or stuck on the roof waiting for somebody to come save them. And it's crazy,
that's where
man.
The saying goes, right? What is it? Hide from the wind and run from the water.
Right. Because once you're trapped and nobody can get to you, that's how people drown. I mean, he's literally said there were people that drowned last time around because they stayed and the flood waters and the storm surge killed them. They drowned. Yeah. That's that and burning alive are like the two things that I'm like, that's got to be the worst way to go.
Yeah, definitely. And I always thought burning alive's got to be the worst. And where my condo is in St. Petersburg, that's an evacuation area. Now I'm out in the country right now, but that whole area is always evacuated because we're right by the waters and stuff like that. So, of course, I'm watching too, hoping my house is going to be okay. But I think that area is just going to get, like you said, there's going to be flooding. I'm kind of up high, so I should be fine. But it's going to be, I saw the beaches, like I said, are already flooded and stuff. So now you got nothing going on?
You're far enough in from the water that it's not going to affect you, really.
We don't get affected
like I said, I literally was looking outside after I talked to you, about 10 o'clock, the fucking sun's shining. I'm just like, are you kidding? And me and my son, we just went to the gym, went to a grocery store. I come back. I just literally told you my wife's out there like a 5-year-old in bare feet planting plants. And I'm thinking to myself,
how was the stores?
Normal. Nobody was,
cool.
I mean, like stores like Big Lots, which is, Big Lots here, it was closed. a bunch of stores and like T-Mobile, all those places closed. But Aldi's is a franchise here, and oddly enough in Sweden and Switzerland, because I went there, and they were wide open. I mean, people were shopping. So I don't know. I guess because we're so used to this as Floridians. I mean, if you're a northern bird that came down here during COVID or maybe in the last year, you probably would be the one filling your cart with freaking non-perishables and 7,000 cases of water and being that
toilet
douchebag
paper.
because, yeah, you just don't know, man. You're just the idiot. Because when I went into Big Lots yesterday just to pick up a couple stuff, the lady goes, "We got water." And she's pointing at it, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, really? I guess people are, that's just how it is here, man.
You get used to it. I mean, last one was, well, not the last one, but a few years ago, that one, my sister's roof came up a little bit while we were there, but you do just kind of get used to it. You kind of got to listen a little bit because, yeah, like you said, the water will get you. And yeah, so you definitely keep us up to date. Hopefully we don't lose you during the show tonight, but anybody who's wondering, Ed, we are talking today when the storm is actually hitting the area. So Ed will be involved with that a little bit. Yeah,
legitimately.
Legitimately.
I'm supposed to be in the middle of a storm right now.
Yeah, so anytime we may lose Ed, so it's but we do have Tony. I know, right? There he goes. Now, and for those who are wondering, Tony Dolan will be joining us here in about 10, 15 minutes from Venom Inc. Obviously Venom, Pire of Evil. Tony. I interviewed Tony probably 20-something years ago in the Rivet Rag. And great guy. Definitely looking forward to have him on the show. And Monday we have Udo. That show won't be posted until Wednesday or Thursday because we try to separate our shows a little bit. But we will be talking to him on Monday. I think they have a day off on the tour, so me and Ed will be with him on Monday night. It's not going to be one of our it'll be definitely a shorter interview. He's on the road and stuff, so we'll probably talk to him for 30 or 40 minutes. And we actually opened up the show with Venom Inc. from the 2022 record, There's Only Black. The track There's Only Black we played, came out on Nuclear Blast. Like we said, Tony will be joining us pretty soon. And Ed, we'll get a couple of things out of the way. I did want to mention the guy Austin, who I deal with for scheduling some of the guests on our show. There's a band, I actually am not too familiar with this band, but I'll get some more information and tell you guys the next episode. A band called Vosh is playing at the Crowbar on looks like October 11th in Tampa. I think they're a gothic metal band, but I'll get more information on that. Also, Ed, I was telling you before the show, I saw that Big Frank Harrison, he's basically a SoCal scene legend, bassist for Carrie Nation, owner of Nemesis Records, tattoo artist, was a slinger at Zed Records, passed away today. So he's been having health problems for a while, but I did see he passed away. It was either today or this weekend. Like we always say on the show, it sucks because, we see a lot of it now.
We're getting old, dude. And yeah. I was thinking the other day, I started watching some of these guys like Chuck Norris, and I see how old they are, Arnold. And
Clint Eastwood.
These guys are just, you grow up with them and you're like, man, they're just gone. And it's crazy. Even musicians, we know a lot of personal musicians that are gone.
Even on these interviews, we talk to a lot of these bands and we go through the history. And, we get to this part, you're going 20 years into history or 15 into history. You're seeing a lot of that members that are getting, passing away and stuff.
I see a lot of stuff where I look back, somebody will bring something up and I'll be like, holy shit, that was 1998 I did that, or that was 1996. That way I'm thinking 1996, 2024, 1996. You know what I mean? That's almost 30 years. And
it goes by so damn fast.
I'm like, man, is it really that? 30 years just went by like that. It's nuts, man.
Well, you hear about album anniversaries. They're like, oh, this album came out 10 years ago. This album came out 20 years ago. And you think about the album and you remember when you went and purchased it or you got it, wherever you picked it up at. You're like, holy shit, I cannot believe it's been 15 years, 20 years.
Well, it's just funny that, what was it, 5 years since Slayer played a show, 5 or 6 years.
And then they played.
And dude, Tom sounded fantastic. Dude, he hit the screaming Angel of Death. And I was like, wow.
Opened up with South of Heaven. I saw the footage of that.
Mind awesome. You that they're not touring, so he's not ripping his voice up for an hour and a half every night, so that helps. But he seemed happy, and I think if they just do one-off shows here and there, it's probably better. I just don't think he wants to tour anymore.
It was good to see Slayer out there again. You know, right when you saw, like, whoever saw the video, you saw the crosses flipping upside down, and you heard like the bat.
Did you see during Rain and Blood that the fire was dropping from the crosses that were up there, and looked like it was fire dropping from the ceiling, and it almost caught Tom's hair on fire?
Yeah, you know, actually, yes. Shit. I remember when I saw them at the Garden on the Clash of the Titans tour. We've talked about it on the show before. It was Megadeth, Slayer, Anthrax, Public Enemy, and Alice in Chains. And I remember when Slayer came on, I believe they definitely opened up with South of Heaven, and the crosses came down from the ceiling. And I was like 13 or 14 years old, and I was just like, it was awesome, man. It was definitely an experience. I would love to have someone from Slayer on the show one day. I don't know, you know, you never know. We have Udo coming on. We've had some great guests, and who everybody hasn't heard our show, you can go back and listen. We just had the guys from Witch Trap on last week, from Columbia. Great guys, killer band, by the way. I mean, just, you know, awesome dudes. We had Thomas from Wolfheart on the week before that. We've had Henry from God Dethroned. I'm just going to go through some because we have had tons of shows. We spent like almost 5 hours with King Fowley from Deceased, October 31. Still class act, man. I mean, I can never say enough about King. Just an awesome guy. We had the guys from Mystic Circle. We had Beelzebub on from Mystic Circle. That was episode number 54. We had, let me see here, Bloody Mess from Bloody Mess and the Scabs. Episode 51, which, I mean, if you don't know who Bloody is, it's worth just going to listen to the stories because there are some great stories on that one. Chris Reifert from Autopsy, Violation Wound, The Abscess, bunch more. You know, Chris, obviously Death. Chris was on here on episode 49, another great episode. A couple more. Lee
Vincent
Payne
Crowley
from Clove and Hoof. Vincent, who I was messaging with today, trying to figure out, I'd like to have him back on before Swarmfest comes, which we'll talk about Swarmfest in a second. And yeah, Vincent Crowley. Definitely, that was a great episode. Dave Austin from Nasty Savage. Ryan Waste from Municipal Waste and Bat. Who else do we have?
Underrated one, Blaine Cook.
Blaine Cook from The Accused and the Farts, yeah. Henry from Hooded Menace was on here, episode number 40. Jamie from Brodequin was on here. Band Blood Serpent from Vietnam, those guys were on here. Dallas from Narcotic Wasteland was on. That was episode 36. Snowy Shaw from King Diamond, Merciful Fate. Episode number 35. And I'm just thinking of a couple more. We've had a bunch.
Names, dude.
Yeah. Kyle Thomas we had on here from X-Order.
Dave McGregor
from More to Scold.
Yep.
We had the guys from Morbid Saint guys on here. I mean, David Howard Thornton, Art to Clown, was on here for like 2 hours. Another great interview. Terrifier 3 is coming out October 11th. That looks awesome, and I'm hearing nothing but great things about it. I've been trying to avoid hearing some about it because I started hearing some spoilers already. He was a great guest. Yeah, so we've had a shitload of episodes. You can always go back and check them, whoever's new listeners. We have the Instagram page you can always check out too, the Tampa Morgue. And Ed, we'll talk about a show that we're involved in because we haven't played a show since 2018, and this is a show this is the fourth one of these. It's a Swarm Fest, and Ed, I'll let you deal with this one.
Yeah, it's November 22nd to the 24th. Tampa at the Brass Mug.
We're playing Saturday, right? On the 23rd.
Yep, I've had the pleasure of playing it, I think, twice, I want to say. Maybe.
Yeah, we played it with Incantation and a bunch of, I know.
We did.
Hobbs of Death.
He always, Nick Goodyear's the guy, you know, he does T-shirts. He plays in Promethean Horde, Passive Possession. He puts on the show, and he doesn't disappoint because he usually gets really, really killer lineup. I don't know how he does it, but this year, you know, you got Pessimist, Lethal Prayer, Vincent Crowley Band, Nocturnus AD, Perdition Temple. His band's playing Promethean Horde, Druid Lord. The Almighty Generic Christ is playing, finally. Nasty Savage, Narcotic Wasteland. Our guys, friends in Sorcerer. There's a ton of bands playing. I mean, to go through the whole list is just crazy, but that's, 3 days, Friday through Sunday of solid mayhem.
And I just saw, as we speak, Nick put up a post saying that there'd be a surprise guest headliner on Saturday night to close out the show, as well as a featured edition for Friday night. So I don't know who those two bands are, but I just saw Nick did put that up on the Swarm Fest page as we are talking about it. So go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, wow. No, that's good shit, man. I mean, you know, it's funny as we're talking about, he puts that up, but
yeah, I just saw it pop up.
Yeah. Yep. So definitely, if you're in Tampa or if you're traveling, this is a good show to see. Definitely, you know, good bands, killer bands. We're friends with a lot of them, and there's been a bunch that we've had on the show, and hopefully we'll get a bunch more.
I saw Nick is bringing Coffins. Coffins is playing at the Conduit I saw, and I wish I would have pulled up that date. Let me see if I could see really fast on here. But I saw that he has a Florida date for them. I just saw it the other day, and I should have been prepared, but sometimes shit don't go like that. Let me see here. If I could just pull this date for everybody who's listening. Let me see here.
Speaking of just pulling it up, Dennis Phillips just said wind gusts are about to absolutely explode.
So we'll see how long we have Ed for.
We'll see how long I last.
Yeah, how long? So I wonder what's going on with the Cancer Christ show. I saw that. I'll have to get the Coffins date, and I'll let you guys know the next episode, because I know at the Conduit in Orlando they're playing, and I believe it's November, and I believe it's the beginning of November. So I want to say November 8th, but can't guarantee.
It is actually November 9th.
There you go.
At the Conduit.
Ed's the man. He checks what's right or wrong on this show, and there's a lot wrong.
Yeah, no, I just happened to pull it up because I looked under Pete's profile because he puts shit up, so I just know where to go on the fly. But yeah, looks like Coffins, Druid Lord's playing that show. So
also playing Swarm Fest.
Yep. So it's good. That's a place. You know, I mean, obviously I played it as the Haven, but I've never played it as the Conduit. Maybe soon, because if we can get all the boys in Tampa, I'm sure Lee would, you know, we've talked about playing Orlando and, you know, maybe down south. If you know, the problem is we got two guys that live out of the state. So hopefully, you know, we'll figure it out at some point. And
we're still waiting to play some of those new Monstrosity tracks on this show too. So
yeah, you and me both.
We'll have to get on that, but
I'll let you know when I hear them.
Yeah. And then, so I guess, what do you think? Let's get to Tony.
I'm sure he's ready to go.
Okay,
he looks ready.
We're gonna get him set up, and hopefully we still have Ed throughout the show, because Ed is actually going to be in the middle of a hurricane during this podcast tonight. So everybody. We'll be back after this. We're going to play Pire Of Evil, which is another Tony band. We're going to play Metal Messiah off the Hell to the Holy record from 2012 off of Scarlet Records. And then after we play that, we'll be joined by Tony Dolan. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue right after this track from Pire Of Evil.
begin, but then faster and faster the ride. Hell has no fury, but maybe it's we that decide. All knowing, all seeing eye of the Metal Messiah. Metal Messiah. Metal Messiah. Metal Messiah.
And that was Pire of Evil with Metal Messiah off the album Hell to the Holy, 2012 Scarlet Records. And we are joined by Tony Dolan and Ed Wed from The Storm.
Yeah,
so
baby.
How you doing, Tony?
Gonna rock us like a freaking hurricane.
Yeah, something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a storm, Tony? Like a hurricane style storm?
Yeah. I mean, I grew up in Ontario, partially, and we did get so much milder than it wasn't quite Tornado Alley, but we did get a couple of old crazy storms there, and I've actually been in Texas and I've been in Florida too when the storms have come in, but nothing like it's gonna get, nothing like you guys are used to, and I'm like, it always used to, it's like when I'd go Midwest and someone would go, yeah, blah, 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 because my fucking house, we just rebuilt. And I go, oh, what happened? A tornado, tore right through here. Whole fucking town disappeared. And I go, so you just rebuilt the whole town again? Yeah. I said, fucking hell, that's crazy. I said, and that never happened before. He went, yeah, it happens kind of every now and then. I'm going, did you just keep rebuilding in the same spot? It's like, fucking hell, man. Why don't you just move like 2 foot that way, just the other side of Tornado Alley? But people get so used to where they live, they love where they live, and it just becomes part of life. I think that's what's amazing to me is that, particularly with America, because, it's like so many different climates everywhere, but extremes like that, But people deal with it, like Eskimos deal with the cold.
New Orleans.
And New Orleans, and people just go, they just take it on. It's that resilience of humankind that just is crazy. We have this kind of resilience. We have this kind of adaptability, and we just go, fuck it then, I'll just buy a boat. I'll just sit with my flippers on and my snorkel, waiting for it to happen, It's amazing. It's a devastating thing for a lot of people, of course, but it also shows the resilience and the positive strength of humanity as well in the face of shit like that.
Well, definitely. Tornadoes too, they pop up out of nowhere. So you have a hurricane. We knew about this.
It's coming. Yeah.
And there was a show last night, just a local bank Stained, the rock band.
Yeah.
And it was like people were on the thing going, "Are you going to cancel?" And they wouldn't say anything. They said the show was going. Actually, what the Mid Florida Amphitheater is, the big theater around here.
Yes.
And they said our shows are rain or shine, and it's like, what about a fucking hurricane? And then finally at 2:00, they canceled the show.
Yeah.
And
too hot I can deal with.
Well, they drove from Orlando. People had driven here 2-3 hours.
Wow.
And they were asking the night before, hey, are you going to cancel? No, it's on. And then they drive here. And the thing is they're evacuating. So you start to clog up all the streets because now you've got all these people going to a big concert and the people trying to get out of town. So that created chaos instead of, it's stupid. But no, I mean, a hurricane, at least you have warning. Tornadoes,
they just
5 minutes tops, maybe. Maybe. It's crazy.
Yeah, fucking hell. I saw that then Voice Out because they were out on tour, and I saw Precad put a thing that they cancelled coming to Florida, and not so much that they were just the warnings were happening, but they were concerned exactly what you just described. They were going, if we're driving in and people are trying to get out, it's probably not the best thing we should be doing, to be dragging people in when they should be preparing just in case, So
we gave tickets
away.
Also,
remember when Morbid was playing up somewhere, and Crypta there, that tornado ripped through that whole
venue,
and crushed their RV, and people got killed, and I mean, again, no warning. It was just, and that's how shit happens. So at least people are smart enough, because Yngwie Malmsteen was supposed to play here Friday and he canceled.
We gave away tickets for that,
and so that's why people were doing that, is they're smart enough to know that, first of all, not just clogging up the highway, you may not be able to get out.
Yeah. You could get in, but what if you can't get back out again?
Once that goes through the panhandle, it could Category 4 could damage all the roads coming in and out.
Yeah.
So you got to think about safety more than a stupid show. I mean, playing a show is awesome, and making money's great, but
but still, life's a bit more important than that kind of thing. You can always reschedule. You can always reschedule a show, but you can't reschedule your house and your life. You know what I mean? I remember driving into Miami once, and overnight, and there'd been a kind of big storm. I think it was maybe 8 or 9 years ago, and then waking up in the RV and getting out. And there was fucking palm trees all over the roads and all kind. And I was like,
out of nowhere.
And they went, just tore everything up. And you're just thinking, oh my God. Yeah. So, it's something to be considered about seriously.
Yeah. So if we lose you, Ed, we hope you stay with us the whole episode.
Look for the lights flickering.
That's right.
See the lights flickering,
Yeah. And Tony, man, we really appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. I think I interviewed you about 20 years ago in the River Rag magazine out of Tampa.
Oh my God, River Rag! Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I was much younger, but you were awesome then, and I'm really excited to have you on today. I know a lot of our listeners are glad you're coming on. So,
for me, it's always a pleasure, and sometimes it's it's a real pleasure. And so, thank you so much. And when you mentioned Rivet, I was like, oh shit, that just took me straight back to the scene of the crime. Made me feel a little bit old, but a little bit happy that we're still alive to do it. So
still doing it, I know. I mean, and you were we're going to talk a lot about your history, and let's start from the beginning. You were born in what, Northeast England?
Yeah, born in Newcastle, or a suburb of Newcastle, and as we all were, all the Venom boys and Raven and everybody else. So I came from good stock and stuff, shipbuilding and coal mining and stuff. So typical working class. And then my parents split up. I was about 9, and I was about 9, I think. And then my mum kind of got with another guy, and we emigrated to Windsor, Ontario, where my uncle was serving as a policeman. And so we decided to go there. I spent a couple of great years there. Discovered proper music, like, of course, it was Detroit. I saw Kiss, which I'd never heard of them, and I got taken to a show by a friend's brother, and it was Kiss at the Cobo Hall, and blew my fucking mind.
Was that was that when Kiss did the 3 nights in a row?
Yeah, there was. I think that was the recording.
Dress to Kill era, I think.
No, 74. So I think it was around about the live Kiss Alive album, which
that's the first 2 records you had, right? Kiss Alive 1 and 2.
Yeah. And Queen, News of the World. Queen, News of the World was the first record I ever had. And people said, like, oh, so why did you buy that? I said, I didn't. I nicked it from a record store, and it was the closest to the door. I didn't know. Someone opened the door, and I grabbed the 12-inch, stuck it up my jacket, and ran home. So I had no idea what it was until I got home. But I thought, oh, that looks kind of cool. And it had some cool tracks on. So that was my first record, really. But it was the Kiss ones. And I joined the Kiss Army. And, I was blown away. And it was all, for me, Aerosmith, Ted Nugent, Creedence, and just the whole, it wasn't distinguished between, any kind of category thing. You just put the radio on, and there was always something cool on Foreigner Journey. You just name it. There was like bands happening all the time. Neil Young, and it was like, wow, this is fucking great. I never had that in the UK. And I grew my hair, grew a mustache, had flares, went hunting. And then I go back to the UK, and I'm back into a working class environment as a 14-year-old, and there's people jumping about with fucking bin bags on them, listening to the Sex Pistols, God Save the Queen. I was like, what the fuck happened here? I thought I'd gone to a different planet. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And they were going, oh man, you're hippie, and the shit you listen to. I go, what? And they go, oh, that fucking rock hippie shit. And I go, what's rock hippie shit? I just listen to music. So I didn't kind of distinguish between the two. But, within a year, I was like transfixed into punk, the whole punk thing. I think my age was perfect for punk because it spoke to me, it screamed in my face that you could do this too. You could say whatever you want to say. And if you have an opinion, just get it out there. And so thank God for, the UK subs, Charlie Harper, the Pistols, the Buzzcocks, the Clash, Angelic Upstarts. It gave me the meaning of life, and shaved the hair off. I still love the rock stuff. I was still a Kiss fan, still in the Kiss Army, but I just threw myself into the punk thing because it just felt so full of energy and alive,
Do you remember? So I know your mom was into Motown, right? And
yeah.
Do you remember the first piece of music that really caught your ear, whether it be like the Beatles or Eddie Cochran or something like that?
Well, the first one that ever caught me, and my dad was really into Eddie Cochran, was I heard. What's his name? Not Billy Fury. I can't remember her name, but her dad played skiffle, and skiffle was a kind of an early kind of rhythm and blues type of British thing where they just played on a broom with one string, and then they hit a box, and they had a shit old little acoustic, and so there was no electric, of course. And skiffle, and I heard this skiffle song that my old man used to play all the time, and I thought, oh, that's really kind of cool. And then he said, oh, you like that music? Well, it all comes from the blues. And I was like, wow. And he put on a single, and it wasn't even blues. It was fucking Bill Haley and the Comets.
Oh, yeah.
Rock Around the Clock. And that blew my mind. And from then on, I thought, oh, my God, I love that. And I wanted to listen to more and more of that. My mum went, you should listen to my records. And then she started putting it on. And then that was all Motown. And just those rhythms and the basses and the, just makes you want to fucking move. And the voices. And I was like, this shit is... So I in the space of like 2 years, I had all the blues to try and discover, Lead Belly, Lemon, all that shit, all that kind of shit, Muddy Waters, and then I had rock and roll, which was like massive. Not even before you get to the English stuff that was trying to mimic all of that, and then I had Motown. So it was like fuck. You can imagine how happy I was when we were moving to Canada in the very early '70s, and they said we're moving to Detroit, because I was like, oh my god, that's the fucking home of Motown.
Alice Cooper too is over there. You got everybody.
Yeah, and I walk in thinking that's like home of Motown, and everybody going, Motown, man, that's Detroit Rock City, and I'm like, is it? And so that it was like all of a sudden, it was like being in a candy shop going, I just want to get maybe a sucker, and coming out covered in fucking chocolate and Hershey Kisses, and just like going, what the fuck? I didn't know this existed. So yeah, it was a lovely a learning time for excitement for music. Yeah.
And 70s wise, like memories, like what, Patti Smith, were you into any of that Slade, New York Dolls, or anything, Bowie, any of that stuff?
I think the Dolls not so much, of course, because there wasn't so much transatlantic crossing over at that point. We didn't have access to digital like we have now, so it was radio play. And in order for bands to crack America, you had to go there and fucking tour endlessly. Iron Maiden at the height of their career here and in Europe took 5 years before they even got a decent radio play in America, and that was Iron Maiden. So you can imagine if you're lower down the list. So it took a lot of work. I mean, it wasn't where more. I think that's what surprised me more when I was in Detroit and in Windsor, because you put the radio on and there was all of this great music and these great artists I'd never heard before in my life. So I brought them back to the UK, and I'd have, I remember I had a Starship patch, and I had a Kiss embroidery on my back, and I think I had a Ted Nugent picture, and something like that. And I went to school, and people were like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is that? And what is that? Just like, never heard of them. And I was thinking, how have you not heard of them? And then I put the radio on, and I never heard them either. And I was like, this like gold mine you're on digging into. What's wrong with you people, So and I brought my 8 tracks. I had only 8 tracks at that point, without my player. So, because everything was shipped back, so I didn't have any records, but I'd had my 8 tracks. I thought, I got to take my 8 tracks. And of course, there was no fucking 8-track player. People were like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, it's an 8-track. They were like, what's an 8-track? I was like, oh my God, you don't know. I thought these people were like Neanderthals. I was like, what the fuck? You don't know what's coming. So yeah, it was kind of difficult. But of course, the British Slade, Alvin Stardust, I fortunately got past the Bay City Rollers and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, they were big things, and there was a turn. With Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, Led Zeppelin, of course they were standards which you got to hear, and they got radio plays. So yeah, but it was very early days for an expansion of the music. There was, to say underground, which is a term everybody uses now, but you can access through the internet, through Sirius Radio, so you're always getting touches of underground. But then whatever the music scene under the popular charts was, you didn't get to know, unless you went to local shows, and I was too young initially to get into most of the shows, so I was unaware they even happened, like I say, even seeing Kiss at the Global Hall was by default, was an accident. The guy went, oh, we're going to Detroit tonight to see a gig. And I was like, a gig? They went, like a show, like music. And I was like, oh, brilliant. Who are we seeing? They went Kiss. And I was like, oh, okay, is that cool? And they're like, yeah, they're great.
And when you left the show, you were probably like, what the hell?
Yeah, I thought it was the cross between a circus, and like, what the fuck? I'd never seen anything like it. But you come away exhilarated going, every show's like that. And then you walk into a club, and see a punk band and go, well, that's not Kiss. What the fuck's happening here? People are going nuts. But
you mentioned the punk. You mentioned the punk thing, and I had read something that you had said years ago that and you mentioned it even tonight, I think, for a moment, is that when you saw the punk scene, you realized, hey, I can do this. Like, I don't have to be this or that. And your older sister had it. So you have 2 sisters, right? You had a younger sister and an older sister.
Yeah.
And your older sister had an acoustic guitar.
She did, yeah.
And you basically you got a hold of the acoustic guitar eventually.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, she would never let me play it, but and it was all rusted in the corner. I had three strings in it or something, an acoustic guitar, and I just said like, well, that's it. I'm gonna form a band, and that was the guitar I was going to use. She never used it, so I just adopted it. I said that's mine now. But yeah, it was basically like that. It's like it. Before I'd seen that, it was Kiss, it was Parliament, it was Kiss, it was Toto, it was Styx, you know, it was arena based stuff, you know. And wait, how could you ever do that? I thought there was some kind of magic. It's like watching a movie and you go, I love that, I'd love to do that, but what's the route in? You don't know. So it becomes this mythical thing that you just can't do. But then when punk rock in the clubs showed me that, you know, when I started breaching the parapets and getting in there because I was underage, so I'd get friends to kick in the back doors and just hang around with punk guys all the time so they could get me to shows. You know, when you're in that club and you see that kind of energy, and it's like, he's not the best singer in the world. That doesn't sound like the best guitarist in the world. It's not the best sound in the world, but we're all losing our shit and we all love it. And I thought, well, I can do that. I can't go on stage and be, you know, Steve Howe, but I can go on stage and do that. So it was kind of like a way to prove that you could, you didn't have to be the best. You just had to have the heart and have something you want to say, you know, and every youth movement wants that. Every youth movement wants to have their voice, and that's the flag that we all fly through underground, through extreme, and that's the flag we pass on. And so now I can go to a show and meet someone who's fucking 60, and he's got his kid there who's, you know, maybe mid-20s, and they might even have, or late 20s, 30s, and they've got their son or daughter there who's 17. So you've got 3 generations all passing it across, all had the voice at their time that they wanted to express, and all using us as a crutch to help them express and help them move forward. So we're fertilizing the ground constantly by, you know, expressing ourselves and holding extreme where we don't have rules. You know, there's no rule to this. It's like you can do what you want. There isn't a rule. The corporates have the rules that everybody else has is the, you know, the corrals. We don't have a corral. If this is what you want to do it. That should be how it is, you know.
And I heard you say once that you, outside of the stage, not that you follow the rules, but you're a pretty chill person. But when you're on the stage, it doesn't, no fucks given, basically.
No, and you know, and it's not because I'm a cock. It's not because of my ego. It's not because, you know, I'm trying to prove how cool I am or something to anybody else. I don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. The point is that when I'm at home, you know, if someone goes, "Hey man, you can't park there," I'll go, "Okay, no bother. Just move it." You know, if they go, "Oh, I can't go in until this time." But when you get on stage, the whole point of that is to express the freedom. You know, we call ourselves free. You know, American land of the free. England go, well, we're free, and there's lots of places that do the same thing. And we know places that definitely are not.
Yes.
But when we say free, when people say free to me, I go, how free are you? You don't pay tax. Well, yeah, you pay a tax, but you pay 2 taxes, state tax and a federal tax. And you can park your car anywhere you want, anytime you want, whenever you want. And you can go to work whenever you want, and you can go to school whenever you want, and you can... Of course you can't. Of course you can't. That's what the police are for. And that's what the whole system is for. And you have to have a level of order. I said, but order, in order to have order, some of it relies on you playing along with the rules. If you stick inside the rules, then we have order, then everybody's happy because we're all abiding by each other. For those who don't respect each other, it's kind of forcing you to have some kind of respect. That's cool, that's great, and that's our everyday. But when do we get to just be free and go, I just want to just fucking get drunk and scream and just let myself go and forget all the bills and all the shit that we have to deal with and what the boss said at work and, you know, the issues with the whatever you've got. And so for me, to spend a whole week under that kind of oppression, and then to have like 2 or 3 hours on a weekend where you can just do what the fuck you like and have a great time. That's the time that you're free. You can't think about anything else. Like you said about the gym, going to the gym. When I'm training in the gym, I'm not thinking about, oh shit, I've got to fill that tax form in. Oh shit, I forgot to tell her to get some milk. It's like I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just training. I'm totally free in my head for that amount of time. And that's what I want from a show. So that's why I go, if I walk into a venue and it says no smoking, I won't smoke. If I walk into a venue and there's sign or no sign, but if there's a sign and someone comes up and goes, Tony, you can't smoke here, I'm going to put a cigarette in and light it. Now, I'm not being a dick. I'm going, if you didn't tell me there's a rule, I can see and I'm respectful. But if you tell me I can't, then that's the one thing I'm going to do, because that's what we're about. We're about freedom. So for one night, who gives a shit? Yeah, but if you do that, the cops will come. Okay. Well, they will. Okay. So they'll come. And then what? Well, they might arrest you. Okay. Then I'll be arrested. But the cops never come. Nobody ever loses their mind. Nobody ever goes, Jesus Christ, that guy's smoking. You know, so it's like, listen, just let people be who they are. I take a whiskey on stage, I take my Jack Daniels, and sometimes when I'm handing it out, because I share it with the crowd, you know, the security will go, yeah, you can't take the glass bottle on stage, so I take it on stage. And then they go, you can't give it to the fucking crowd, so I give it straight to the crowd. And if they won't help me pass it to them, I'll fucking climb down myself and give it to them. And because it's like, hang on, this is what we're sharing. You just have to stand to the side. If anybody falls down, these people will pick each other up. If anybody gets hurt, these people will create a space and help this person. This isn't your normal fucking Taylor Swifty or whatever it is kind of gig where your Oasis, where they'll go and kick the shit out of each other because they get too drunk and then they're all fighting in the car park. These people are a community of people, and it may look like they're aggressive and they're bad-looking motherfuckers, and they are, but I tell you what, if these people go into a Napalm Death concert, when they come out, everybody's okay and they're all laughing and smiling and buddies. The same people going to church are coming out. I don't see anybody smiling. And I don't see anybody with those Christian values helping each other. They all go off into their own little worlds. I said, so, you know, instead of painting it black, it's a positive thing. This music is a positive thing. It cleans the soul, it frees us up, and it helps us through difficult times. For someone to turn around and go, you know, don't burn the witch, saved my life when I was dying of cancer. What, don't burn the witch? What the fuck? What's the connection there? But it's not about the content of the lyrics. It's about the music itself. It made me feel amazing. It made me feel empowered. And that's what we do. You know, Cryptic Slaughter, the Obituary, Testament, Metallica, whatever it is, you know, it empowers you and it makes you feel you can cope. And it gives you that strength that you might feel you're lacking. It's why we go into a gym. He's got 315 pounds on there. And he's fucking like, this is it. I'm going to fucking press the shit out of this motherfucker. And he lifts it up and goes, fuck me, that's heavy. And 3 reps later, he's pushing this hard. Oh, he goes in there, sticks on rain and blood, gets himself all, he's just done 12 reps. What's the difference? Same person, same weight. But it's just, it gives you that, cleans your mind, puts you somewhere else so you don't have to worry about it. And that's what I want from a show, and that's what I want everybody to experience at a show. It has to be real, and punk was real. It wasn't bullshit, it wasn't paint by numbers, it wasn't baby metal and corporate money, it was just real. So when you stood in a club, it was like, wow, whatever's happening here, I'm part of it. It's electrifying, and that's what it should be for me. Anyway, I'm not, you know, I did mention a lot of bands and stuff there, which I, no offense to anybody, I'm just trying to give an example of where I'm at.
We know what's going to happen now, Tony. Is promoters are going to tell you that you have to smoke on stage when you come there when they don't want you to.
Yeah,
they're going to reverse
that's exactly it. If they did that, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't fucking do it.
Yeah, they're going to do that to you. And you know, and I want, so, you know, going into the band thing, you know, and I have one more quick question before I get into the band thing. Was actually Kiss your first concert ever? Is that the first you ever
No,
went to?
I'd seen T-Rex.
Okay.
I'd seen T-Rex and a band called Shawaddy Waddy, who were like a kind of rock and roll, 70s rock and roll band. And I saw them at the City Hall in Newcastle. So that was just before we went to Canada.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Okay. And so you decided to start a band. So you and Paul Spillett. You can, if I'm saying any names wrong, you can always correct me.
No, that's good. Me and Paul, yeah.
And the first band's name was Moral. How would I exactly?
Moral Fiber.
Moral Fiber. Okay.
Yeah.
And you played guitar in this band, right? So I mean, this was like you were doing guitar, but you guys didn't really have like, what were you using? You guys, I read instrument-wise, you didn't have a bunch of pro stuff.
We were walking into Newcastle one very sunny summer day, and we were just fucking around making up tunes, and we started making up tunes and lyrics. And then by the time we were walking back home, we'd said, you know, we should just start a band, just as a joke. And he went, well, my brother's got a fucking electric guitar, electric bass, and a 12-string. So I'm like, let's just use them. So we used to wait till his brother go out every Saturday and then go into his room and bring his stuff in. And then we'd play, but we had to make sure it all went back before he got in because he didn't want us touching it. And we did that for a few months, and we were writing songs. You know, they were pretty basic and stuff. But I wanted to. Paul was into metal, so he was into Thin Lizzy and DC, but I was much more into the punk thing, and so I wanted to push us towards the punk thing because I thought it's something I can do because we couldn't play. We could rudimentary play. And Paul wanted to be a drummer, so he decided he'd get a drum kit. And I thought, well, if you're going to get a drum kit, I've got to actually play. So I just played rhythm guitar and looked for a bass player. Ended up finding a bass player, which was great, from school, and another guitarist. Then the bass player decided he wanted to play guitar instead. So that kind of was falling apart. And then I went to art college. And around that time with Moral Fibre, we brought in two other guitarists who were friends. And I was going, well, now every fucker wants to play guitar. I mean, someone's got to play the bass. So we did our first show with the bass player. I played rhythm guitar and we had the guitarist. And then the bass player's string broke. So I just said, okay, he went to fix it. He didn't have a spare string. He left stage. And I just continued playing, but I played the bass parts on the two strings. And that was it. The next show we had with Mark, who was the bass player, his mum and dad said, yeah, he's going to be a lawyer, so he can't fuck around with all this bollocks. So they told him he couldn't go. So they said, yeah, Mark's not coming. So I was like, oh, shit. So I went to a friend's house who I knew played bass. Said, can I borrow your bass guitar? Because I need to play bass tonight. And that was it. We did it. And it was like, oh, this works. So we just stuck with that. And then at art school, I met Steve White, who was a guitarist, and I thought, I need someone who can play a solo because we were all just playing rhythm guitars like punk, and he could play a solo. I thought, oh, he's fucking brilliant. Again, rudimentary, but at that time it was like amazing that he could even do that. And he came to audition one Saturday afternoon with me and Paul, and we loved him. Yeah, he was totally into Black Sabbath and Genesis. But he just could play a solo and was like, yep, you're in, you're definitely in. He had his own guitar, so I kept the bass that Paul's brother had, just used that for the sessions. He got a drum kit, and that was it.
Then, Steve's the one that gave you the name Demolition Man, right?
Yeah, he is, yeah. We played our first, or one of our first shows as Atomkraft, and we got a late call from an American band. Were playing a show not far from us, from where we lived, in the town, and someone called up and said, oh, their support bands fell out. They can't make it. We heard you guys might be a band. Do you want to come down? And I was like, yeah, fucking, yeah. We'd done 2 or 3 shows. So we drove down there, and in those days, everybody did solos. So you'd have a drum solo, you'd have a bass solo, a guitar solo, and so we were the same. We wanted to mimic our heroes, and we'd have solos. As dreadful as they were, but nevertheless we would. And so I went into a bass solo, and there'd been a table with 2 guys who'd just been fucking chatting through the whole set, which was getting right at my fucking nose. So as it came to the bass solo, I ran across and jumped at their table to make them, fuck yeah. And I pulled all my fucking stack over because my lead was wrapped around the head. And everything blew up. And the thing was, it wasn't even our gear. We borrowed it off Avenger. So I was like, oh, shit. So there's flames going. I think we had like 6 or 7 crew, but they weren't proper crew. They were just our mates. So nobody knew what to do. So we managed to get the fire out. And I was thinking, fuck. So I went backstage and went into the dressing room of this American band. I think it was something like Warrior Soul, somebody. And I went to the bass player. I said, mate, fucking, I've just had an accident. My amps blew up. Can I borrow your equipment? And he went, why? And I said, because I don't have a spare. And we're halfway through the show. Quick, I need it. And he was like, well, okay, but man, it took me all fucking day. I've been, sound checking. Because we never sound check. We didn't know what the fuck that was. I've been sound checking and all my settings are really perfect. So if you plug in, you just plug straight in and do not change any settings. I went, I promise, I swear to God, thank you so much. I ran straight out, plugged in, fucking turned every single button up to 11 and just started. And as I was like, yep, got me sound. Steve went to the mic and went, "Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Demolition Man." And that big round of applause, and it stuck then. So, yeah.
That's how you got that name. Yeah, that's
funny
right.
Funny times. Destructo, man. It's like, if it can, he used to say to people, if it can be broken, this cunt will break it. He'll break it.
And did you start getting into, when did you start getting into the new wave of British heavy metal? Like when some of those acts?
I think, because I was thinking about that, and I think it was the neat singles. You know, obviously Satan brought out a tape, which was kind of new album, and then Avenger, Neat Records did an EP, Hot and Heavy Express, and they had Helen back on in Avenger. Hot and Heavy Express was like a Friday night radio station where we all used to listen to for metal. So I heard a lot of stuff through there, Holocene and Holocaust and those kind of bands. And I worked as a carpenter, and one of the carpenters, he was slightly older than me. He was totally into music. He was collecting, so he would always bring me, "Oh, listen to this, listen to that." So that's how I got Angel Witch and all that kind of stuff, of course. But the new wave, you know, Diamond Head and all of that was all introduced to me through that circle of Neat Records and listening. Raven, of course, became a massive a favorite of mine. Fist, Blitzkrieg, you know, all of that kind of stuff. And so what I didn't realize at the time was the whole environment that we lived in was all music. You know, we went to a youth club. Music was everybody was in a band. You went out for a Friday or Saturday night, everybody was in bands. There were bands everywhere playing, Lone Wolf here, and you know, you name it, everybody was playing in bands. And so it just seemed natural to play in bands. It's strange when you look back now and see some of those bands, you know, when you're looking at, you know, Metallica, the Big Four, playing some fucking arena in upstate New York, and they're playing Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil, and you're thinking, that's so weird that, you know, you've got, you know, hundreds of thousands of fans all going nuts over that kind of stuff. And Brian, Tatler, who joined Saxon, was on
made
stage
a great
with
living
them.
off of that.
And he joined them on stage, Metallica on stage. And, you know, afterwards, it's so funny to afterwards to go, you know, it's a remarkable thing at their success level. And going to Brian, what was it like? And he's going, yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it's just like, you know.
I got a house out of the deal.
All right, yeah, you know? I mean, nuts. But yeah, so many things that were happening then that were just everyday to us. They were just like buddies. Like the death metal scene in Florida. You know, you think of the musicians and the bands that come out of that place and explored around the world and created what they created, and you're thinking, fucking hell. But when you meet all of you guys, it's like you're just buddies. He lives down the street, he lives around the corner. We go for a bike ride. We had some beers, chucking something back at the brass mug or whatever. You know, it's just day to day. But once you step out of that, it's something completely magical. And so it was kind of like that comparison.
And you were a Maiden fan, right? But I found this interesting. You were a Paul fan. You were not into the Bruce material too much.
Well, yeah. I mean, basically, I'd seen Maiden with Judas Priest on the British Steel tour, and I think they just come out to Running Free was the first single. They did Top of the Pops, and I went to see them. But I had seen Samson before that doing local tours, and of course Bruce was singing there. And it wasn't to say that I didn't think, obviously he's a fucking great singer, he's a really cool front man, and a nice guy. But it's the vocal style. I didn't like that vocal style because that was still kind of, you know, Lemmy and punk and shouting. So for me, the actual singing, like Ronnie James Dio, I was like, yeah, it doesn't really work for me. I'm not interested in them singing. I'm more Napalm Death and Queens like, you know, but only for that style. And so, yeah, I went to see them and I just loved the first album. Killers was a little weaker, but I still really liked it. And then Paul gets junked out, and I'm like, no, oh, fucking hell, thought I'd lost the band forever. And then I hear reports, oh, man, they've done, the new album is killer, and they've got a new singer. And I was like, oh, I wonder who they've got, thinking it would be very like Paul. And then they went like, oh, it's a guy called Bruce. And I was like, no. I was like, oh, oh my God. And then I thought, fuck, that's it. They're fucked. They're totally fucked. This is not going to work. They bring out Number of the Beast and it's like the biggest thing on the planet. And I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. Maybe it's
Well,
just me then. But yeah,
you
but
meant
I mean, they're amazing and he's amazing. But yeah, there was maybe Paul was that punk crossover that was happening at the time, Motorhead. I went to see a punk band with Motorhead. I didn't never heard of Motorhead, and it was on the first tour, and it cost like $1.50 to get in. And
Newcastle University, right?
yeah, the university, and there was a punk band playing, and they went. I went backstage to have my, cheap beers because I was underage with them. At the end, they said, "You better go and watch this band." I was like, "Yeah, I'm not bothered." And they went, "Yeah, you should watch them." And I was like, "Why?" And they went, "Because they're kind of fucking crazy." And I said, "Well, what do they sound like?" "Well, I don't know, kind of punky, but they got long hair." And I said, "I don't want to say hippies." Anyway, I get in the club, it's all dark. I get to the front, bang, kicks off, and it's Motorhead. And I walked out like someone hit me with a redwood across the fucking, like a big redwood, a giant redwood across my face. I was like completely gobsmacked, and I never recovered from that. One of my favorite bands before that being the Dickies, and I loved their speed.
California.
Yeah, and Paranoid. I'd heard Paranoid. Was it a party once? I've told this story before, but I was at a party and I was upstairs with a friend, and I heard them playing Paranoid, and I thought, what the fuck are they doing? So I ran downstairs and I went, man, you have that on the wrong speed. And they went, what? I said, it's too slow. And they went, it's on the right speed. I said, it's fucking not on the right speed. So I went across and I looked and I went, what the fuck is Black Sabbath? And they went, well, that's who wrote Paranoid. I'm like, it's by the Dickies. They went, who the fuck are the Dickies? And I was like, oh my God, it was the first time I realized that it wasn't a Dickies song. So I loved the speed of the Dickies, how they were attacking that. There was such an energy and it was blowing my mind. To watch Carlos Caballero in 1978 play 210 BPM when, by the time it came to the early 80s, people thought that was insane when a metal band did it, but he was doing it in 78. So that, and then I saw Motorhead, I was thinking, imagine that. Imagine Motorhead as fast as the Dickies. Fucking hell. And I just thought, I couldn't breathe. And I just thought, this is magic. There's magic happening here. So that whole new wave of British heavy metal, that whole stuff moving around, being invented, it just was like magical. It was magical, yeah.
Well, you mentioned the influence of Lemmy on you, and so after you see the show, you get your mom to take you around looking for a bass, right? Which we all know the bass, but I'll let you tell the story. I know Ed's a bass player too, so we all know the bass, but go ahead.
Well, I didn't know what it was. I had never seen it before, so I had no idea. I just knew it was a wacky shape, and I convinced my mum that I had to get this instrument. So she was getting it on hire purchase, so she had to come with me. So we went to every music store that I could find in Newcastle. And I was saying, I said, this band, they were playing this bass. Oh, what kind of bass? I don't know what it's called. Oh, well, I don't know. So they'd show me all these basses. I go, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Do you have any other ones? Well, we got some secondhand ones. No, that's not it. And so after a whole day of this, we're going to the bus stop, and my mum goes, that's it, fuck it, we're going home, I've had enough. And I was like, man, there's one more store. And she was like, well, there's no point, is there? Because they don't have it. You don't even know what it's called. You only know what it looked like. And I said, please, just the last store. If they don't have it, then I give up then. And there was no online, so I couldn't order it anywhere. I couldn't even verify what it was. So I was like, folly. So I walk into this last store, look round. I'm looking for a bass. What kind of bass? I don't know what it's called. I just know what it looks like. Or what does it look like? I don't know. It's a bit weird. Do it look like this? Nah. Look like that? Nah. He's going, I can't help you, mate. So I look round. I come away. And he said, did you find it then? I said, no. I'm off now anyway. I said, I've been to everywhere. And he said, where did you see it then? I said, well, I saw it at the university last night. Oh, did you? I was there. I said, yeah, the band that played. He went, Motorhead. I went, that's it, yeah, that's it. He went, a Rickenbacker. Yeah, he said, someone's just brought one in. I was like, what? He said, yeah, they're selling it second hand. There's no strap and nothing with it. I'll have to put it in a cardboard box. There's no case. I was like, fuck. And they brought it out. And he was like, I'm afraid the colour's like a warm red. And I was like, I couldn't give a fuck what it is. just like, that's the bass, let me have it. So I took it home, hugging it like my lover, and then I just learned everything that Motorhead did. And I had no amp, no leads. I didn't know how to tune it, no picks. I cut up margarine tubs, so I had picks, and I kept trying to glue them together because they weren't strong enough, you know. And yeah, that was magical. That was magical. So all my bass rhythm
Well, I know
style.
you guys did a Hawkwind cover. You guys did Motorhead.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Of course, I had to. You know, that was on a celebration. We were in Raleigh. We were in Raleigh, and John Gallagher came down and Ryan Waste from Municipal Waste to the show.
Oh yeah, we
And
had him on here. Yeah.
yeah, and someone came in and said, Lemmy died. I was like, fuck. So I said, okay, move my mic stand up and get me a Jack Daniels and Coke. And they went, but you only drink tequila. I went, not tonight. Get me a Jack and Coke and put my mic stand up. I can't lose him. And then I went to John and Ryan. I said, listen, if we play Motorhead, would you get up on stage? And they were like, fuck yeah. So that's what we did. So we did it totally off the hoof. But it was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Yeah, we actually had Ryan and John on this show before. They're both awesome guests.
Yeah.
And you did, and like I was saying, you did a cover of you did a Hawkwind cover of Motorhead on the '81 Atomkraft demo.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys did
Oh,
that.
I forgot. That's the one you were referring to. Yes, we did. Yes, we used to have a guy in Wallsend who used to tape record us. And it was he was the one who gave me my first bass before the Rickenbacker. And yeah, it was all new to us. And we'd go down there and spend a whole weekend, and he'd just make tea and we'd record stuff. And yeah, we did the Hawkwind version because I'd only heard the Motorhead version, of course. And the more I got into Motorhead, I discovered he'd been in Hawkwind, Silver Machine, so I started to dig into Hawkwind, and then I found the Motorhead song as well. I was like, wow! So, and I just loved the groove of it. It was very different to, you know, how I'd heard it with Motorhead, but again, it's going back to Motown and all of that blues, the grooves that are in there, and there was something about that I just liked. So yeah, we recorded that on a tape. Yeah.
And that was what you kind of like. The style you did was like basically taking the Dickies and Motorhead and kind of putting them together, right?
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
And your first two guitarists was Sean Drew and Ian Legg. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were school buddies. They were two of the guys at school who were A, into punk, and B, owned guitars, and C, could play a little bit. So they were in the band. You know, it didn't matter how good they were or what they liked. It was like, you got a guitar, you can play it, you're in the band. So that was kind of how they came in. But they were great. It was a good learning curve for me and Paul because, you know, we didn't have any musical background, but they had, you know, been playing for a while and stuff. So it was really, really good.
And you were kind of like, so, and at that time, you're kind of like wanting to go a little more heavy, right, from the punk stuff. So you are, and so I guess a guitar, Chris Taylor, comes into the picture at some point.
Yep.
So I guess he goes on vacation to Germany and brings back some souvenirs for you guys, right? Which is basically where you guys get the name Atomkraft.
Yeah, there was an anti-nuclear movement going on across the planet, you know, because everybody thought after, you know, Cuba, a Bay of Pigs and stuff, that someone was going to hit a big red button and we were all going to blow up. But yeah, so there was lots of anti-nuclear stuff going on, and we were still called Moral Fiber. And Chris had come in to play bass, to play guitar when Sean had backed out, and then Ian had decided to move away from us musically. And so Chris came in, and he was a good old friend of ours, a photographer. And he went to Germany to visit his father in Bremen, who was in the RAF and stationed in Bremen. And when he came back, he brought us some gifts, and the gifts were little yellow badges with a little nuclear red face. And it said Atomkraft Nein Danke, or Atomkraft Netak, which was German for, and Dutch respectively, or Swedish, for nuclear power. No, thank you. And I just looked at nuclear power, Atomkraft, and went, that's the name, that's what we should do. And now we can just be heavy. And so that's when we made the transition. I mean, to be fair, when I go around to Paul's to write stuff and to rehearse with him, he was always playing something heavy. You know, he wasn't into the punk thing. That was me. So he'd go and be playing either his brother's albums, the Beatles, or he'd be playing Thin Lizzy, AC, and all that kind of stuff. So I guess that just grew on me. Of course, with the with the realization of Motorhead. He was into Motorhead, so we had the first Motorhead album was on rotation. And then No Overkill was like, well, I mean, fucking hell, that was like writing its own story right there. So that was influencing us heavily.
What was the first Atomkraft song we ever written?
The first one we ever wrote was called Maniac Man, which was very rudimentary, but it was just about a maniac. Not in the case of a multifaceted murderer or but just a total nutcase. We lived in an environment in the Northeast which was very working class. Smoking and drinking were one of the biggest things, and fighting was the other thing. So everybody was a little bit crazy, but some people were like crazy. And so we wrote the song was really about that. Someone who, again, just didn't have any rule in his life, was just totally, absolutely crazy. So it was kind of fun. Lyrically, the first one was called Don't Drink the Water, because Paul had... which I think about now, I think his parents had gone to Spain on holiday, and one of their friends had drank some water from the tap and got really sick with something like Legionnaire's disease or some shit. And so he wrote this song, which we did write music for, but he wrote this song called Don't Drink on Holiday, Don't Drink the Water. If you go on holiday when you're miles from home, you're somewhere in the south of France, nowhere near Rome. It was just like, what? But again, we're just looking at how it works and discovering ourselves. But the first one we wrote that we liked and we committed to music was The Maniac Man. So that was kind of cool.
And the first Atomkraft show was at a workers' men's club?
Yes, because all of our fathers were in the shipyards and or in industry of some sort, and so working men's clubs were very popular to go out and to relax in, like a bar, and they all had a function room which would have a comedian at the weekend, or bands or whatever, discos and stuff. So Paul's father was on the committee of one of these clubs. And so he said, I'll talk to the committee because you guys can do a gig there. Little did they know what they were letting themselves in for. But it was quite funny to, see your mum and dads all turning up dressed in their finest to sit there while you were going to spout out this absolute drivel that you were doing, and but to be fair, it was rammed in the room. They all loved it. They all thought it was amazing. Obviously the parents didn't know what the fuck to say about the music. They were just, it was very nice, you were very entertaining, and but yeah, that was it. And we thought, this is it, we're now a band, it's now happening. And then the bass player I was using then, which was Mark Irvine from art school, that's when his parents said, that's it, fucking forget it, you're not doing that, we want you to be a lawyer, whatever. So he said, I can't do it. So I went to George, who was recording us, and said, can I have that bass just to borrow? And he said, of course you can. So he gave me this bass he'd built, and that was it. And we started doing shows as a three-piece. So we had a bunch of songs that we wrote, and we just picked songs by three people. So, by Rush or Raven or Motorhead, anything with the three. If there was three of them, we thought we can do that. So that's what we did. So that's kind of how our sets were made up, really.
And you guys were rehearsing in what, youth halls and stuff? Were they like free to rehearse at and everything?
Yeah, well, they were actually church halls. So, because those days churches all had a community hall, and so as long as you talked to the vicar, they would help you, and you could be in there. They had a caretaker. So we're from a very Roman Catholic area of England, and back in those days mostly people were Roman Catholics, so it was all about that community and helping each other. So the local parishes were really great. The priests were really great. You'd go could we come on a Thursday, and you could just turn up every Thursday at a certain time. He'd open the door for you, and in you go, do what you want, and when you finish you give him a knock and he'd close the door and go. He just didn't mind at all. And so we weren't going to rehearsal spaces at that point. We just used our local church spaces, which were great, great for us. It was a bit later that, you had to actually start doing it properly and having equipment and stuff, and that. We used to go with just little, 5-watt speakers,
and you saw
5-watt amps.
And play in churches.
Yeah, yeah, and we the drums. It was all acoustic. We didn't have a PA and nothing, so you couldn't hear what I was singing. But I sung at the top of my voice. You couldn't hear the guitar because you could barely hear the guitar or the bass because you had to turn everything up as loud as you could to try and get a sound. And when you're pushing like 10 watts and the drums playing acoustically in a church hall, it's like fucking mayhem. It was just mayhem. But we loved it. To us, it was like every night was Glastonbury or fucking Madison Square Gardens. It just felt wonderful. And it's something about staying on the bike with music. As people go, what? Why are you still doing it? And how do you still keep that momentum? It's because I remember how it made me feel, and music hasn't changed. It still makes me feel like that. I could be anywhere, and when I hear that one song, my heart goes, and I could be whatever age I was when I heard Ace of Spades, I'm that age again. Whatever age I was when I heard, Rock and Roll All Night, that's the age I am when I hear it, and I could be in the toilet, I could be in a fucking Chucky's, I could be anywhere. It doesn't matter. You just hear it and you react because it's part of your history, it's part of who you are. So those vibrations from those times, regardless of how bad the sound was or how discordant we were or how chaotic it was, it still reverberates even now.
And were your parents supportive? Like, I know your mom went and got you a bass, so obviously she was supportive, but they were
Well,
pretty much onto what you were doing?
no, they hated it. Yeah, they again, I was from like a working class environment. They thought my hair was too long. And then, the punk thing they thought was like, they didn't get that at all. It's like they thought I was a thug and I was like stealing and just kicking the fuck out of things and people. And then the metal thing, you're just lazy. You grew your hair long. You just want to sit around listening to music. You play your guitar all the time, get out and get a job. So they didn't really support at all because they didn't understand it. And my mum did help with the bass. I guess that was her attempt to help. But then she didn't want me having an amplifier. I couldn't make a noise. Although we did have rehearsals in her kitchen, which was not a place to rehearse, but she let us do that. So I guess in a way she was trying to support, but just with very little information. It's like, I'm sure on the one hand, my dad was just like, fucking waste of time. And I remember him saying, you're never going to be the Beatles, And I said, I know. And I wonder if Mick Jagger's father said that to him. And he was like, okay, I'll be the Rolling Stones then. I said, fucking hell, I'm not looking to be a millionaire. I said, it's not about that. It's about, playing. That's all it's about. But he didn't play, so he didn't understand that. Yeah, but I think, in the end, I think they were proud because you just follow your own path. And yeah, but it would have been nice if they'd supported and helped me with the gear because, I didn't even own a bass until about 10 years in because I just couldn't afford it. So I had no equipment, no nothing. I remember I had one pick that I found on a floor at it was a cheetah gig or Rose Tattoo. I went to see them and I found a pick on the floor and it was a tri-pick. So it was a big tri-pick and it was quite thick. I use like 2.8s, which are like, to most people are like, what the fuck is a piece of fucking, brick? But I destroy them with my style. But I found this pick and I kept it. And that was the only pick I had for 10 years. Because I thought I can't lose this because I don't know where to buy them and I can't get another one. So I kept that and used that all the time. And just borrowed things. I borrowed equipment to record. Can I borrow your amp? Can I borrow your cab? Can I borrow your combo? Can I borrow your bass? Whatever I had to borrow, I would borrow. And and now I have a great collection of instruments and all kinds of gear and sponsors and everything else. And I think, when young people say, yeah, but I don't have this and I don't have that. I said, well, it didn't stop me. Yep. It didn't stop you. If it's who you are, it won't stop you. It just won't stop you. You could have nothing. You could be eating. If I could do a show every week, but I wasn't able to eat, I'd do the show. I'd do the show. I said, so, and most people will go, I've had enough. I want to eat. And it's like, but, you can always eat later. But, I always say to people, you have to, if you want to do this for a career, you have to decide for yourself. Is it what you'd like to do or is it who you are? and they're not the same things. I like to do it, yeah, but I also like to go fishing. I like to drive my truck. I like to party with them. Well, okay, then that's brilliant. You can enjoy doing it just as a hobby. But if it's who you are, you have to do it every day.
It's
You
your
have
number
to.
one.
It has to be. Yeah, but
Yeah.
in order to do that, you have to sacrifice. Just like, you don't become a millionaire unless you sacrifice everything else to become a millionaire. And some things are hard to sacrifice for people, but then that's the decision. And if
Yeah.
you do it for a year, sacrificing, you'll know by the end of that year if it's who you are or if it's just what you like to do.
No, and you mentioned shows. I thought, so you actually saw. I don't know if it was the first 4 Venom shows, but we were talking. You were talking about the halls
Yeah.
earlier and the church youth halls, and Slayer. I mean, not Slayer, but Venom. You actually saw them playing in church halls.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there was, because we were from that kind of a small suburb area. We had we were all in kind of a line. Abaddon was south of the river, but the rest of us were north, and so we were in a line of suburbs, and so there was community churches within that breach, and of course, Neat Records and Impulse, that was in Wallsend, where Kronos worked initially as a tea on a government scheme as a tape op, and would make tea and run cables and stuff like that, just to learn. And it was a way to get people off the dole, so they weren't on benefits. They were working, but they weren't really. But anyway, he was at the studio, which was where the hookup was, and so in that area there was a memorial hall and a Methodist church, both associated with the churches, and they would put on gigs. They would let people play there, youth clubs. So the youth guys would put their bands together and play on there. And so Venom played there a couple of times with Clive as well, the original singer.
Mm-hmm.
And so you saw them there. Me and another 20 people or something. But yeah, it was cool. And not that they were the best band, not that it was something that I thought was remarkable, but it was people I knew playing music. Again, that kind of realism, like you're watching someone like Ted Nugent on a Cobo Hall, thinking, he's untouchable, and then all of a sudden there's a guy that I see passing me every day to get his bread and milk, and he's standing there, and I'm watching him play. So that was like, wow, that's like amazing. Anybody could do this, and that's what was so exciting about it. So that was the thrill of seeing Venom. They hadn't perfected the chaos and the growl really at that point, but they were still chaotic, and yeah, it was great. I loved it, and I loved all the characters. They were great characters. Conrad was very funny. Jeff was kind of quiet, but not back in those days. He had a little bit more life in him. He was a bit of a rapscallion, and Abaddon was Abaddon. He will always remain the same person. Very effervescent, very friendly to people, and skullduggery going on behind the curtains, but you never know that. So yeah, so it was good to hang around and just to be part of. Yeah.
Well, we'll go to we talk about Dave. We're going to mention Dave Wood now because you talk about Neat Records, and you actually the first time. So Dave, he formed Impulse Studio. He had Impulse Studios, did Neat Records. The first person to show you around the studio was actually Conrad Cronus, right? He actually showed you.
Yeah, in Wallsend was Impulse Studios, and it was above a bingo hall. And Dave had been, he was quite pushing the forefront, because he would go to shows and record them onto reel-to-reels, and mix them. And so he was kind of pushing the forefront. And of course, he had the studio, and there was some people coming in, and he saw that he thought someone should make a single. And that was suggested, well, why don't you do that? So he made a single, and he called his label something else. And then he had a producer there, Mick Sweeney. And then Kronos turned up on a work scheme and started doing the tape op thing. And Mick started producing local bands, more rockier bands. And Dave, suggested that they start a label to put this stuff out. And so he ended up with Neat Records, and then in come Raven and everybody else. And I went there just before Neat was launched to do a punk. We wanted to do a punk demo, and there was a collective of us by that point in a couple of different bands. But we came together and said we should record something all together, So we all had ideas. So we went down there, and Mick Sweeney, who was the engineer there said, yeah, if you go upstairs, the young lad up there, he'll show you around just if you got any questions. So we went up, and there was a very young, very sweet, very thin, small, white-looking Kronos who was lovely and really showed us everything and chatted to us. And yeah, he was amazing. He was amazing, and very different to what happened later on. But yeah, it was great. It was great. So, the history is like in us. It's just all there, it's kind of amazing. You just make me thinking about it now. But yeah, it's kind of crazy.
And Dave Wood, how would you explain him? From when you met him, what was
Well,
your first impression of him?
Dave was always great. If you were there all day and you asked for lunch or something, you'd probably get a spoonful of his tikka biryani or whatever he was eating. That was him buying you lunch. Do you want a piece of this? You can have a spoonful. So he seemed kind of, like he wasn't taking it all in, but I think it was very new for him as well. The label kind of took off. There was lots of interest. I mean, I even met Sam Crest there, who was a guy out of California.
Whiplash magazine, right?
Yes, yeah, from the Bay Area. No,
Yes.
Dave was amazing. Dave was amazing. I mean, I just think it was just something quite extraordinary for him, and he never ran a label that was successful. As well, because it had Raven, Tigers of Pangtown, had RCA hanging around, and Atlantic, and like I say, I met Sam Crest, who would come in from Oakland or Bay Area, at least anywhere, and had a tape that he was trying to sell to Neat Records to get him interested in putting out, and that was the Metallica demo, and Dave...
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, Dave said no. Dave said no. It's like, are you nutcase? I mean, hindsight's a great thing. But I just think
John got him, yeah.
Yeah, but I just think he wasn't. He was thinking it was difficult enough dealing with what he had to deal with. He was mainly releasing singles, and not so much the albums at that point. And I just think he just thought, we're taking on bands from America. I'm having a hard enough time trying to work how this label works from England. So I think that was the reason. But I'm sure in hindsight he thought he must have, chopped one of his toes off and ate it in a sandwich to go, what an idiot. But there you are, yeah. But he was just, you couldn't get any money out of him. He was always very nice, very easy to talk to. And, I had some very underhanded dealings with the Venom lot with me and my band. They destroyed my band and financially tore into me and stole everything. And I was so angry about it. And I remember writing a letter to Dave years afterwards. And Dave was amazingly supportive and gave me loads of evidence and supported me and said, if you want to do this, we can do this. And I didn't care. But he was very, very supportive, and I gained a lot more respect than I had at the time for him, because I just didn't know. I didn't know how the whole thing worked, and he didn't know how the whole thing worked. So, it was just happening. Every day you go in and something new was happening, and that's how we discovered how to do it. So it wasn't like anybody had planned anything in advance, because we didn't know how it worked, And so it was kind of a voyage of discovery for everybody, I think.
And he gave you your first copy of Welcome to Hell.
Yes. Well, in a way, when I say he gave me it, I did take it from the label. You see, they had a storeroom where they used to store T-shirts, and then he had all the catalogue in the back room where he had a piano studio. And so, I kind of, if he went for lunch, because he was such a tight kid, we'd hang around in the office drinking coffee and using the photocopier to make fanzines. And when he went for lunch, because we knew we wouldn't be able to get, and he had to go and pick the order up. So when he went to pick the order up, we'd go in and help ourselves. I had an amazing collection of records that I never listened to by bands that I didn't care about, but I had a great collection. I just would go in the boxes and go, I haven't got that, I haven't got that, I haven't got that, I haven't got that. Then I'd stash them by the door downstairs where there was like a little cubby hole, so that when I was leaving, as soon as he came back and started eating his food, I could go, this is my opportunity, because he's not going to chase me while he's eating food. I go, I'll see you later, Dave. I'm off for a few hours. And then I go and grab the records, run home, dump them, and then go back down later on.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you guys, and also what, 81, you guys do what, the first two Atomkraft demos on a 2-track recorder at Impulse?
Yes, yeah. In '81, yeah, we did the Total Metal demos. Yeah, we'd been taping them, but that was the first time we'd been taping ourselves since straight away on tape recorders. But that was the first time we'd actually gone into a studio and spent money. And we went in there, paid the money, 40 quid, and which was standard for a half-inch or quarter-inch tape demo, and yeah, we sort of fucked around, and then the engineer just went, "How you guys doing?" Went, "Yeah, we think we're getting it." He went, "Right, you've got like an hour and a half to play, and then that's it. I'm chucking you out." So, I mean, that's the you gotta play it, we gotta record you, and we gotta mix it, and then put it onto tape. You got an hour and a half. I said, "Fuck." So he said, "I'd just go for it if I was you." So I was like, "Well, how many tracks can we do?" I said, "You'll be lucky if you can get 2 done." So I said, "Okay, we'll do 2 tracks." And he said, "Yeah, but just you got to play from beginning to end straight away. That's it." So it was like, fuck. So we'd wasted all our time. So it was basically 1, 2, 3, 4. We played the 2 tracks from beginning to end, 2-tracked it, and then he just slapped the 2 tracks together, ran it onto a tape, went, "There you go, happy birthday," out. And that was it. It was like, fuck. It seems so amazingly magical, like professional before we went in and did that. And then when we went out, we were all like, "Oh, fuck, is that what it's like making an album? That sucks." But it wasn't. It was just how we did it.
No, you guys did
Yeah.
the demon demo in '81, and you
No,
guys,
the demon, yeah.
and Atomkraft is considered like, and I know you guys were a different kind of thrash, but you're pretty much you guys were the first thrash speed metal band from England.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty is most thrash books references and that we get missed out. They don't put us in, and in most of the new wave of British heavy metal referencing books, they don't put us in because at the time they didn't think we were new wave of British heavy metal. And by the time thrash had elevated itself and broken out, we were late to the party because we'd only been demoing and playing local shows. So by the time we got a release, it was too late and thrash had moved on. And so we were recording '85's album Future Warriors was stuff I had from fucking '78 and through to '85. So it was like there was a couple of new tracks, but mostly of it was old stuff. So if we'd recorded Future Warriors in '81 or '80 and put it out, the world would have been different. But we were it looked like we were chasing the cart, and so we missed both categories because they didn't class us as being, that we were too extreme to be new wave of British heavy metal, but we weren't thrashy enough to be thrash metal.
And 1981, '83, who are some of the bands you guys are gigging with in the local area?
Oh, wow. Well, the scene that was going on at that time was Satan, Lone Wolf, Avenger, obviously, Blitzkrieg, Raven were playing. And then there was a whole plethora of other bands that, some of the names escape me now. Yeah. Accelerator, lots of Fast Lane, She. So they were kind of all like, each one was from a little section of a place you came from. So you lived in the north of the town and the south of the town. So everybody had their little territories. And you found yourself mainly playing shows by yourself and not with other bands. It was very rare that you played with other bands. So we would do a show, it'd just be us. Like when I went to see the Venom Boys, it was just them, because nobody had figured out how it worked, that you could have 2 or 3 bands on. I mean, now you could go to a local pub and spend like 2 days there while they put a million bands on. Yeah, and call it a festival. But back then it was like, well, you do a show by yourself, it's your show. And so nobody had figured out, well, if we both do it together, then we get, someone can play first, someone can play second. So we hadn't figured that out yet. So most of the shows that we did, but there was lots, it was like every night you could go and see someone at a church hall, at a youth club, at a local club, at a bar. There was always something happening somewhere. And age ranging across from very young kids who were in the youth clubs playing with their bands, or more established artists and older guys who had been around the scene a lot. So it was, it was great for, just being in music, it was like everywhere. It was everywhere. And it was all rock. So for me, by that point, after my experience in Detroit and Windsor, I was like, this is great. I've gone back, because punk was a flash in the pan. It was like an explosion. It was so fast and so furious, and then it was gone, and I just thought, fuck. But fortunately, I caught the Motorhead then, and that progressed into that. So for the extreme thing that was going on there, that really helped me to keep that boat afloat, if you like.
And then Steve leaves the band in '83.
Yeah,
But you guys did get it. They talked about Sam Kress earlier.
yeah,
You guys got a demo. Well, I think it was Steve maybe who got this demo to him. I'm not sure, but
yes,
from
you
Whiplash
did.
Magazine, and I
Yeah.
think he had a radio show too. But that was the Total Meadow demo, right?
Yeah, there was Gene Curry ran an alternate radio show out of New York, and he got he got a copy of the demo, and it became his favorite piece, so he kept doing it. Sam took it back and gave it to him and Brian Liu, who did the Whiplash magazine, and we were in that first edition because they loved it, and we were in there with Dave's first Megadeth thing when he just left Metallica. So I think it was in that issue. There's just Venom, Raven, Metallica, Megadeth, and us, and I think that's it.
Nice. But you moved back to Canada, right? You go because your
Yeah.
sister for 2 years you head out to Canada to help your sister.
Yeah, you've done your research, is it? Haven't you? You've
Ah,
remembered everything. Yeah, well, Steve, yeah, we did the 2-track demo. You were right in 80 or 81, whatever was the Demon one, and at 83 we did the Total Metal demo. So we had a bit more time on that, and we were a bit more wise to the studio process. So we actually got to do it properly and focused on just 2 songs so that we could do them as well as we could, and then. Of course, Steve sent the tape out to a few people. We got some very positive reaction. And then his girlfriend at the time kind of didn't like that because she thought he was going to go tour the world and what was she going to do? And she was in love with him. So he got either it or me. He chose her. And so he left. So I was kind of sitting there thinking, fucking hell, we just got to this point and now what? So I went back to Canada. My sister called. She was doing a nursing degree. Her and her old man had split up. She had the 2 kids. So I said, I'll come and look after the kids and figure out what I'm going to do. So I went to Canada and picked up a guitar there, auditioned for a couple of bands, played for a bit, but nobody was playing original stuff. So I couldn't get anybody to kind of play original stuff. Paul came out eventually, but nothing really happened. Then I went back to the UK. I'd misdemeanored by overstaying my visa, and they found out, so I had to go back. So I walked back to the UK.
Was that
And
85?
yeah, that was 85, early 85. And I thought, right, okay, well, I've got to trade. I had an Aria Urchin guitar. I thought I need a bass guitar. So I thought, I'll go to Neat Studios, because if I go to Neat Records, there's lots of musicians down there. Somebody there might have a bass they want to trade me. So I went down there, knocked on the door, and the person that answered was Conrad Kronos. And he said, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm looking to get rid of this. I want to swap it for a bass." And he went, "I'll swap you. I've got a bass." So he gave me his Flying V that he'd used at Hammersmith in 84, and I gave him this guitar, and he laughed thinking I was a sucker because it was a brand new guitar and his bass was a piece of shit. But actually, I didn't give a fuck because I needed a bass guitar. This was a bass guitar, so I was happy as a pig and shit. And then he said, "Oh, is it for your band?" And I said, "Yeah, but I'm looking for members." And he went, "So what do you need?" I said, "I need a drummer." And he said, "Well, I've got a friend who's just left Tyson Dog, and he's looking for a new band." And that was Jed Cook, Jed Wolf. And so I met with Jed. We got on a House on Fire, and that was it. We were looking for a guitarist. Abaddon found this kid who was 16, lived around the corner from him, said the kid's amazing on guitar, which he was.
Rob Matthews, that is?
Rob, yeah, Rob. And so we went and met Rob. He auditioned, and it just seemed to work, you know. He didn't have experience, but he was a player and a half. Still is amazing, but he was so good. So that was it. We just went straight to rehearsals, straight recording the stuff. Did the Pour the Metal In demo, 4 tracks. Dave Woods said, "Can I listen to it?" When we'd finished it, I was running off a copy, and I said, "Yeah, if you want." So I played it to him, and he went, "Right, can you write an album then?" I was like, what now? And he was like, yeah, as soon as you're ready, get upstairs and record an album. And that was it, Future Warriors.
We're going to talk about Future Wars. And actually, what I'm going to play right now is actually something off the original, the Total Metal demo, Tony. I'm going to play Death Valley.
Oh, cool.
Off the Atomkraft. Anything you could tell us about the demo version? Because we're going to play, I know it was re-released in 2004 on Neat Records Anthology, but this is from the demo I'm actually going to play. Anything you could tell us about that song?
Yeah, it just came to Steve had a lick and that, and I kind of tried to redo it for the Future Warriors album, but I changed it. I thought, oh, I'll make it a bit faster and clean it up a bit, but I made a mistake with it. And we called it, Death Valley, This Planet's Burning. But originally it was just about that. It was the epitome of souls, the pandemonium, the Death Valley, so where you end up and stuff. And it just had a real slow, heavy kind of beat to it, and we liked that. I just think maybe it's a bit over long, but then again, we weren't experienced with how long it had to be. We just played until we were happy. So, I'm sure any listeners now will think, oh, it could have been a bit shorter, or maybe there's some things to improve. And it's rudimentary, but then sometimes music just needs to be something, and it's full of atmosphere. So I do love it very much.
We're going to play that now. This is Atomkraft with Death Valley off the Total Metal 1983 demo. And we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Tony Dolan after this song.
tune.
That was Atomkraft, Death Valley, off the Total Metal demo from '83. So Tony, you said you did the Pour the Metal in demo, which we talked about, and
Yeah.
you ran in a circle with. I mean, I know like with the Venom guys, there was a whole thing going on there because you said, you were back even Clive Archer days,
Yeah.
And you even jammed with Mantas, I think, way back before even you were in the band, obviously. And we'll get to all that, but when you talk about the Future Warriors, so that title, that album, came from the fact that you guys were kind of ahead of your time, right?
Yeah, I mean it was something that people kept saying all the time. It wasn't something that we thought, oh, how do we stand out from the crowd? I didn't think about standing out from the crowd. I liked the idea of that road warrior thing, the Mad Max thing, but I wasn't thinking about how do we, be different to anybody else. We just wrote the way we wrote, we recorded the way we recorded, and we played the way we played, and it was that simple, and that's who we are. That's what I thought. I mistakenly thought that's what everybody did. That's who Kiss was he was a spaceman and he was a vampire and he was that's who they were anyway. They just put makeup on and all these people were so cool, all these heroes were so cool and did all this cool stuff all the time, which of course wasn't true, but I thought there was an honesty, and that's all you had to be, was you, and so that's all we were really. But people would say, when I played demos to people, they would go, what is that? I think, I don't know, they couldn't categorize it, and they were going, you're somewhere else, you're too far out, nobody's at that point yet. So they would be going, it's almost like I was writing for the future, whatever that was, and it just stuck in my head. Them keep saying that. I said, and so when we came to title it, and I wrote the song with Rob, I just started writing lyrics, and when I got to the chorus, I thought, okay, we are the Future Warriors then. That's the Warriors, the Mad Maxy thing, and maybe that's what we're doing. We're fighting for the future of music, so it doesn't get homogenized. It doesn't become formatted. It doesn't just become something just that you hear on the radio on a Sunday night, and it's all full of Britney Spears and all of that kind of stuff. I'm not saying all that's bad, but where's the other stuff? Where's the true art, It's great, Who's an artist? The guy who paints your mum's front room or Leonardo da Vinci? Well, they're both painting. Yeah. They're both painting. But you know what I mean? I didn't want it just to be somebody painting a front room. I wanted it to have something else in there. So that was the whole impetus of that futuristic. But it came from the inflection of other people towards what we were doing. They didn't get it and were going, well, I don't, and now, if you listen to it, it's nothing. I'm sure if any listeners listen to it compared to, anything that's came out that's a great album, from Ride the Lightning to Master and Rain and Blood and all of those amazing albums, Bonded by Blood and everything else, you'd think like, well, what is... But imagine the time. It's the same thing with the Venom album. If you listen to Welcome Hell now and you put it against Mayhem or Waiting and all that, you can go, I don't see what the fucking... But imagine at the time... There was nothing like it. It was the only thing you heard. So fucking the shivers down your spine were real shivers. The hair standing up on your arms were real hair standing up. And so for a younger audience, I know it's impossible to imagine that, but that's what was happening. So when you go, that's not extreme. It's like, oh, not now, but it was then, So I think that was it. I just think because it was in its birthing days, nobody got it.
Well, you mentioned young, and like you talk about Rob, right? He was 16 when he first joined. That was So that was his first time in the studio, because Get had already done, like he done Tyson Dog, like he did the Beware the Dog record. So he had already recorded in the studio. Yeah. And that was Rob's first time. And you guys also worked with, I heard you weren't happy with the production, basically. You guys worked with Keith Nickel on that?
Yeah, and it wasn't so much that I remember saying to Keith Nickel, like, can you make it sound like the Venom album? And he went, no. And I said, why? You're not allowed to. And he went, no, because I don't know how the fuck that sounds like that. That's just how they sound. I just recorded it. And so, again, it was underlining what I'd been saying. Oh, right. So we don't fake it. It is what it is, because that's who you are. But in hindsight, it was only when I come to do the anthology for BMG, for Sanctuary, when I realized, because everything was flooded in reverb, because it was the only effect that we had back then. So the drums would have reverb on, and then he put reverb on the guitar, then on the bass guitar, then on the vocals, and then on the whole track. So it's like reverb, reverb, reverb. So and the mix was very raw. It wasn't finessed in any way, but and it worked. But I just wanted, when I heard those American produced albums from those bands, particularly the thrash bands, which I fell into and just fell in love with thrash. I would go, how do these sound so produced? They sound so much more powerful and so much more, there's less space in there. There's more bottom end and less of the effecting on there. It just felt much more powerful, and I wanted it to sound like that. And of course, it didn't, because there wasn't anything to compare it to. Had there been all of that scene, I'm sure Keith would have then, and he had more processing power. I'm sure he would have attacked it in that way. But it was very unusual, and certainly for him to be mixing something for a pop chart, and then the next day Venom goes in to Welcome to Hell, he must have thought, oh my God. And then we go in going, yeah, we got to sing Future Warriors. And he must have went, for fuck's sake, what are you doing? It must have sounded, but he did a remarkable job, It's like I say, with hindsight, you look at the production and go, oh, I wish it had been better. But maybe if it had been different, it wouldn't have been the album that I fell in love with anyway. So,
Who did the album artwork for that?
The front cover, I did the skull. And then Keith Nichols' brother Richie did the photograph on the back, which we shot up in the basement where Venom had shot the Bloodlust photos. Up in the basement, up in the attic above the bingo hall. And then Abaddon drew out the Atomkraft logo, which I've always hated. I had a different logo, a different drawing of the logo, but I had it in pencil in my flat. And when the album proof had come in of the actual skull, because I had this painting I had a drawing, then a painting, and sent it off to these people who then transferred it onto the cover. And then Dave Wood said, have you got the logo for the cover? And I said, oh, it's at my flat. I can go back and get it. He went, I need it now. And I said, oh, right. Well, I can't draw it out now because it's a drawing. And Abaddon got a ruler and a pen and went, I'll do it. And just sat on the desk and did that thing in like 2 minutes. I went, oh my God, I hate that. And Dave went, it doesn't matter. That'll work. And that was it. It became the logo. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. So, yeah. So that was the combination of everybody. Yeah. Panic, and there you got a cover.
So that same time period, too, 85, you guys opened up for Slayer at the Marquee. Was that the Hell Awaits?
Yeah, that was on their Hell Awaits tour. And they'd done a whole tour of Europe, and it was the final date before they went home. So they did one date in London, because that was where their flight was going to go, and they had to drop their van off. And it was at the London Marquee, the original Marquee, which is kind of like a CBGB's in London. And we got a call going, okay, you've got a gig, Slayer's playing. And I guess we got it because at that point they were like, we need a band that's really heavy because they're really heavy. And there's two bands in the UK that are existing that are that kind of heavy. One of them's Venom and the other one's Atomkraft. So we got the call. Venom weren't going to support them, so we went down there, and it was amazing. But we only managed 3 songs. We played 3 songs. And then there was some kind of power outage and our amps went off. So there was a big fucking confusion for about 10 minutes while people were trying to figure out how to get it back on or where the power switches were, and I was screaming at people going, it's a fucking main switch, just find the main switch. And the crowd, it was rammed in there, as you can imagine, and the crowd started, and I thought, oh, I fucking had enough. So I just started smashing my bass, which was the bass that I traded with Kronos from the Hammersmith, the 5V. So I'd start smashing the shit out of it, and the crowd started going nuts. And then Jed, we had a spare bass drum we were going to throw into the audience just for fun at the end, but he got it out and then got a sledgehammer, started smashing that. They went nuts. So we did 3 songs, smashed everything and threw it into the audience and left. And then Slayer went on and were fucking marvelously Slayer. So it was an amazing show. And the reviews, they didn't know what to say because they were like, Atomkraft went on and they only played 3 songs and then they left. So it was like, they didn't know what to do. But I remember the venue said, after the show that they're never going to book that kind of music again. Us and Slayer, they were going, yeah, we'll never do that again.
Left an impression on them.
Yeah, left a good impression though. But again, it's a Demolition Man, so what else are you going to do?
Yeah. And
you know what I
guys
mean?
also did what?
Yeah.
After that, you did, off the record, you guys did Venom and Exodus, right? You
Yeah.
guys played with?
Yeah.
And then you guys, so you get ready to record Your Mentor in 86, and you step away from the band for a while?
Yeah, we came back after the, I think it was the Nightmare tour with Exodus and Venom, and we did Europe, and then we came back, and Dave said, to get in and record some more music. So the idea was an EP. We were going to do an EP. He wanted an EP, so I wrote Your Mentor, which was an old song I had, and it kind of was based on, I put keyboards on because I talked to Keith Nichol and said, I kind of like the Ronnie James Dio Holy Diver album had just come out, and I kind of like, The Last in Line and all of that, and I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. I've got a song that's a bit like that. So I'd imagined it. So he said, he listened to it and said, let's put keyboards on. So we did Your Mentor was the A side. And then I wrote a song called Demolition, obviously, as a one. And another song called Funeral Pyre, which is kind of a slow, semi-acoustic kind of thing. And that was going to be the EP. And then there'd been a guy on tour with us who was doing sound, who started a management company, suggested that we had management because he thought we were getting fucked over on the Venom tour, and we should have management. So I thought, okay, yeah, great, let's do that. And they were based in London, and I thought it was a good move. So I spoke to Jed and about that, and he said he wanted to stay with his brother. Now, Jed's brother was Eric Cook, who was the manager of Venom, but he was a friend of theirs. He wasn't like a real manager, but he became the manager, and he was in business with Abaddon, who was the drummer. So they had the management keys, so they knew they could make money off us. And they wanted to be the manager. And of course, if your brother tells you he wants to be your manager, it's very difficult to say to someone's brother, I don't trust him. But I didn't trust them. And I just thought, if we do that, we're always going to be under Venom's boot, because they're going to put themselves first and us second. Whereas if we go to London, we can change record labels, and we can have a London management, and we can free ourselves up a bit and be who we want to be. But Eric had already talked to his brother. His brother had already talked to Rob. So by the time I said, well, and they were going to me, we want to manage you, and that's it. And so does your band wants us to do that. So we had this bit of an argument. I said, why don't you go fuck yourself? They told me you're just like your hero Lemmy. You wouldn't walk away from this. So I put my coat on and I walked out the door. Now I got a signing with a band, with an album, with a label in Belgium called Whiplash, and they wanted the album. So I sent them the demos for some songs. They thought they were great, and that was it. We were going into contract. And then, lo and behold, before I knew it, they then wrote to me and said, we've heard that you're still under contract with Neat Records, which wasn't true. So we can't take you. And then Neat Records released Queen of Death. So they'd take my photo off. They brought in Ian Swift from Avenger, DC Ray's Darren Cook to play bass. Rob had written one track, Protector, and then I think him and some others had written Queen of Death. They'd brought a guy in, rhythm guitarist, Alan Hunter from Tyson Dog, to record the vocal, and then got Swifty to record vocal. And they kept all my bass on Funeral Pyre and Demolition and left them on the EP, but got rid of Your Mentor, which Dave Woods released on the Leadweight or Power Tracks cassette and release. So yeah, so they thought they were doing very well, because they fucked me over so I couldn't sign with Whiplash, and then they used my tracks, my bass, took my name off everything, didn't put me on the publishing. All the publishing said Atomkraft, which could mean anything. So they got rid of my name, took my photo off, and they passed it off as their own thing. And, I was kind of upset, but I thought, well, okay, good luck to them. Let's see what they can do, And 6 or 7 months later, they were knocking on my door going, will you come back? Because we need to write a new album, and we need to have our sound, and you're the sound. And I'd already written 6 songs, because I thought, fuck this, I'm going to do something else. So I'd written 6 songs, and it was Conductors of Noise. So I said, yep. I said, I've got an album ready to go. I've only got 6 songs, but that's what it is, a mini album. I said, but we're using all my songs. So they went, okay. So that's what we did. I let work with Swifty to lyricize on them, but it was all my music. And then Rob had written one, which I really loved. So we put that on Teutonic Pain. And that was it. That was the EP, and off we went.
And you were joined as playing rhythm guitar, right?
Well, initially I came back and I came back playing bass. So I played bass on it, and then when we were going to go out on tour, we were lined up with Nasty Savage and Exuma from Germany, and I particularly liked that Nasty Savage had several layers because they had the dual guitarists. So they had harmonies going on with Dave, and there was several layers. And Exuma, of course, was thrash, traditional thrash. They sounded like a German Slayer, who I loved. So I was like, fuck. So I just thought, we need another guitarist so we can have a rhythm section that's a bit more powerful. So rather than audition for a guitarist, I said, listen, why don't we just bring why don't we bring Darren back, DC Rage? He can play bass because he was on the EP, so he's in the band, and I'll just switch the guitar. That's what I did in the early days. So that's what I did. I went to playing guitar, and he played bass, and we went out as a 5-piece.
Now, who was... There was a guitar player, Raggy was his nickname.
Raggy, yeah.
86, and I know he passed away. What happened with him?
Yeah, well, it was when they had done the deal, so I couldn't sign with they were doing the Queen of Death EP. I had a drummer who had been at school with, and he had a friend who played guitar, and he said, well, we could do some stuff. So that's when I started playing with them, recording some stuff. I recorded several tracks with them. It wasn't the same feeling, but Raggy was a great guy, really cool guitarist, and he totally liked the idea of Atomkraft. And so, but I think the both of them, I think they were really great people, and good friends, and they could play, but they just weren't that spirit. They didn't get the spirit that I was trying to get at, Whereas, of course, Steve and Paul were born from that, and Jed and Rob, it became a different chapter in the band, but it still was that. Adding Swifty, adding Darren, and me playing to guitar, there was already a heritage there because you could hear the music we'd been doing, so there was stylistically something to go on. But I think with Ig and with Raggy, they were just really great friends and just wanted to help me play. So, it was good. We kept playing, but nothing remarkable came out of it.
Okay. In 87, like you said, you guys did the mini album Conductors of Noise. You guys played Hammersmith in 87, Dynamo in 87.
Yeah.
You toured with Agent Steel and Nuclear Assault. Yeah. And I heard some stories on that tour. So first of all, I guess did you punch out your guitar player Rob on the bus on this tour?
Yeah. That was on the Nuclear Assault tour, not on and well, we were on a bus. Sorry, we were on that tour, but we were on a bus with Nuclear Assault. I mean, and he was still young. I'd obviously upset people, and I didn't realize I was doing it. And he'd had a few to drink. And he just came and sat opposite me and went, I fucking hate you. And I went, oh, thanks. And just laughed, And he went, what are you laughing for? And I went, oh, I thought you were just kidding. He went, no, I'm not kidding. I fucking hate you. I went, okay, well, there you said it. You don't have to say anything else now. Let's not get into something. I went, why? What are you going to do? So I just fucking hit him, knocked him out into the light and just left him there. He came and apologised later. I went, too late. I don't want to know now. Never speak to me again like that. But we got to the end of that tour. We were in Scotland. And the tour had gone really well. And we had a lot of fun with, being blamed. John Cyrus was in a particular wacky frame of mind on that whole tour, me and Juan, or the guys that were in, Agent Steel, Juan Garcia and stuff, friend of mine. And we talk about that and how mad he was back then. But So me, John Connolly, and particularly John Connolly, because he's a troublemaker, but we had a good laugh at John Serra's expense. But it was a good tour, and you know, Nuclear Assault were brilliant. Dan Ilka's like a fucking dictionary of music. Glenn was great, and what a performer. Anthony Brenanti became a very good friend of mine. John Connolly's John Connolly, you know, nobody can not like him.
That's
so it was a
awesome.
really, really, really good tour. But we got into Scotland towards the end of the tour. We were halfway through the show, and the guitarist, Rob, just got off stage and went to the bar and didn't come back. And he just sat there with a pint, smiling at us. And I was like, so I had to play all the solos. And I wasn't a soloist, so I was like, fucking hell. So I had my work cut out for me. And at the end of the show, I just went over and said, what's going on? And he went, that's it. I'm had enough. I'm going home. And I was like, okay, see you. And that was it. And then we finished the last dates. We got back and Swifty came and said, I'm going to leave. I was like, okay, why? He said, you know, because I'm in love with a girl. She's moving to this city. I'm going to move with her. And I was like, fucking hell, man. We've just done the best tour we've ever done. We got the best rewards we've ever had, the best reviews we've ever had. We've got a new album because we had written songs for an album called Atomized. And we had we only rough demos, but some of the stuff sounded great. I said, we got all this shit in the bag. What has happened? But for whatever reason, I think there was a big promo thing on TV in Poland, and they wanted me on there, and I did all the promo stuff. And then at the end of the tour in Poland again, Venom had never played. Abaddon was our tour manager, and it was suggested that we get up and play a Venom song. So me, Abaddon, and a band called Wolf Spider got up and played Welcome to Hell. I played guitar and sang it, and the fucking place went nuts. And I think that those two individuals just got really jealous that he's the singer, he's the guitarist, and this cunt's taking all the glory. I mean, I wasn't walking around with my dick in my hand going, I want the glory. They were just going, Tony, can you? But it's like, you know, do you not get, you know, I've been doing this shit since 79. It's now like 88, 87, 88. You know, I've been doing it for 10 years. This band, not your other bands, not going to school and shit. This is what I've been doing for 10 years to get us to this point. And you're bitch slapping because like I'm doing an interview. So I was like, yeah, fuck it. So I kind of let him go, and then I said, Jed, that's it. I've had enough. And Jed was trying to keep it going, said we could get another guitarist, and you could just go back to playing bass and singing. And I just said, you know what? I'm too tired now. I've got to have a think about it. I've put up with all this shit. I've travelled back and forward, back and forward. I've undercut myself sonically. I made albums that I didn't think were up to par. And we could be great, and we keep fucking dropping the ball. So I said, I'm going to take a bit of time out and have a think before we do the next thing. And that was where we left it. In the meantime, I get a call from Venom manager saying, do you want to come for a pint? So I go to meet them in a bar. They tell me Kronos has left. He's gone to America. He wants to play a solo career. He doesn't want to do the satanic thing anymore. He wants to do more Van Halen-y, Dave Lee Rossi. I'm like, okay. So he's taken the two guitarists, Mike Hickey and Jim Clare, who'd appeared on Calm Before the Storm. They've gone with him, and he's gonna do in America. So, but we've got a deal to do 3 Venom albums. So I was like, okay. And we need a bass vocalist. So we thought we'd come to you, and I was like, okay, because you know the band, you know where we went wrong, you know all the stuff, you're our friend. And I was okay, well, I'll have a think who could do it. And so I started to try and put names up, and then they just went, you. And I was like, me? And I thought, oh, hang on, I get to play with my friends, I get to write some new music, I get to play some classic songs, and I don't have to bother with the Atomkraft thing. Is just fucking I've just been, kicking my ass for the last year. So I thought, yeah, why not? So I just said, yeah, okay. And then I said, conditionally, the Mantas had to be there. And they'd already asked him, who told them to fuck off. So they said, but if you talk to him, he might say yes. So I spoke to Jeff. Jeff said he would do it if I did it. I said, I'll only do it if you do it. And that was it. We were doing it. And that was Prime Evil. By the time Jeff came in, at that point, I had written Parasite, Prime Evil, Parasite, Black and Other Priests.
Carnivorous?
Not Carnivorous, but I had Skeletal Dance, the Skeletal Dance. So, yeah, and then I wrote Carnivorous after that. But basically, I'd had a whole bunch of songs kind of ready so that I could be ahead. And I thought, well, if Jeff doesn't come in and they're doing to the Venom thing, I'll just put this on the next Atomkraft. Once I can figure out what we want to do there. So, yeah.
Well, that takes us to Venom, and it's one thing I did want to ask because I know that tour fell. So, like, basically, the Atomkraft kind of fell. It was the European Blitzkrieg tour '88 when everything started coming down. But you mentioned John Cyrus, the tour manager for Agent Steel. Wasn't he like blaming you guys for putting battery acid in his shampoo and stuff like that?
Yeah, John Cyrus was the singer, but Ski was his, a guy called Ski was his tour manager. Yeah, and we were on the bus, like just fucking chilling on the bus, and then this guy comes, the tour manager comes running on the bus, shouting, and you can imagine Dan Lilka just staring at him, just like unemotionally, and John's like, "What?" And just shouting at us that John's just been in the shower. And somebody put battery acid in his fucking shower bottle and he's burnt his hair. You're lucky he hasn't burnt his face. So we're taking him to hospital. And when I come back, if it's worse, I'm going to call the cops and you fuckers are all arrested. And we were like, right, where does he keep his shower bottle? In his bunk on his bus. How the fuck do we get a car battery secretly onto his bunk, get his shower? I mean, it was just ludicrous. But that was where the guy was at. He was paranoid. We weren't allowed to be anywhere near the venue while they were sound checking. We couldn't go in. When they went, as soon as we'd finished our shows, we had to get out.
Was Richard Bateman with them at that time?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was just like, it was, crazy. It was crazy. And I don't know why. It wasn't like, we'd never even met him. We couldn't even say hello at Hammersmith. So it wasn't like we weren't even allowed to go and say hello to him. So it wasn't as if we'd met him and he thought they don't like me. He didn't even know us. So I was like, I don't get this. What is wrong with him? So of course we spent the whole time taking the piss, making jokes about it. Because what else were we going to do? But I think the more that we did that, thinking, well, this is just funny, the more he got paranoid and hated us. It was like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it was crazy.
I had to ask you about that. And you guys start working on the Prime Evil album, and the management, they wanted you guys to kind of return to the vibes of Welcome to Hell a little bit, that Venom, that kind of vibe that band had early on.
Yeah, I think it was kind of that. I think that they felt that they lost their way. The first album was a surprise. The second album was another surprise, but they'd learned some value and how to prepare for studio. War with Satan was very prepared, although the production was very different. But that's indicative of everything Venom released. There's not two productions that sound the same, all the singles sound different. So they just went in and recorded how they felt at the time, and that's what Keith was doing. So there was a kind of synergy, but there was no linear synergy. You couldn't say, oh, that's Exodus, because they all sound like Exodus. It was like they all Venom, but in very different ways. And so I think up to War with Satan, people were a bit unsure. And then Possessed, they weren't so keen on, but that was less Mantas writing, and Kronos wrote more on that, because I think Jeff Mantas was losing interest somewhat because of the actual personality clashes that were happening. The egos were getting a bit out of hand. A lot of dodgy things were going on that weren't good regarding fans and business and stuff. So I think it was all going a bit wrong. And so Mantas left. And I think then they went forward, getting Mike Hickey, Berkeley trained, and Jim Clare, a jazz guitarist, local boy, brilliant guitarist. But they approached it completely different. And it just didn't sound like a Venom album in so many ways. You still had Conrad's voice and his bassing, which I thought kept the connection. But even Abaddon was trying to program drums on it. And it was like, I don't know where you guys have gone, but this is the wrong direction after Possessed. And that's so it fell apart. Conrad then realizing, took the two guitarists and moved to, I'll not call it Venom, I'll do something else. So he went and called it Kronos. Abaddon wanted to hang on, but he said like I said to him, the only way you can do it if you hang on is to make it sound like Venom again, which means you've got to put the balls back in it.
Where did he move? Boston or Massachusetts, right?
He was from Boston, yeah. Boston,
okay.
Yeah. So I said, you know, you gotta think more fucking, I don't know, more fucking over the top or no class than fucking Jump by Van Halen. You know, if you know, you've got to go back. You've got to go back. That's what Venom is. And as much as you want to be, you know, the Alex Harvey band or you want to be Creedence, it's like, that's not who you are. You know what I mean? It's all right to walk around going, oh, I'm a one-string minstrel, and you're a Bob Dylan, but you're not a Bob Dylan. You know, that's not what you are. So you embrace what you are. That's who you are. That's what made you what you are. That's what the fans love you being. So just be that. You don't have to do anything else, you know? Which is why most musicians in the position do side projects, because they go, well, I can't do anything with this. I'm not progressive, you know, it's not a progressive type of music. It's this. And that's what the fans want. I mean, look at the flat Metallica had because they haven't wrote another Master of Puppets. Yeah. It doesn't matter if they've written a million great things. People want that. People want that because that was what they loved, you know. And it's like Lemmy said, you know how many fucking great songs I've written since Ace of Spades, but everybody goes to play Ace of Spades, yeah. And you know it's true because you know I'd go and see Motorhead every time I could see them, and fantastic. I'd listen to all the songs, but if they left and they didn't play Ace of Spades, I kind of felt like I was being ripped off a bit. And even though I've heard it a quadrillion times, it's like you don't have to play it, but I still want to hear it. And that's the position they were in with the fans. So I just reevaluated. I listened to the first album every night going to sleep, and I thought about that. And so Parasite came out of one of those songs. Carnivorous came out of a Bloodlust. Parasite came out of an Angel Dust. And that's what I kind of did. I just built the whole, or Poison, sorry. And I just built the album out of those atmospheric feelings that that probably they didn't redirect, they didn't know was happening. It just happened, you know. And that's why you get a Hellhammer or a Burzum trying to create something lo-fi and all, you know, and you get a Mayhem who just played, you know. It just worked. Why did that work then and the others didn't work so well? Because they just played. They weren't intending on being worse lo-fi. They just were, you know, and that's what Venom did. You know, if you sit down with Mantis or any of them and go, so how did you get that sound on the album? They all struggle to answer. They all go, well, you know, people ask me that and I don't really know. It's because you didn't know, because you plugged in, you turned up to 11 and you just played that guitar with that amp in that room as loud as possible. That was it. It was chaos, but it was natural, and that's why it had such an impact. So that was my advice to them. If you want to get back to that purity of what the band was, it has to be real. You don't have to manipulate it. You don't have to copy yourself, plagiarize yourself. You have to be real. So you have to put your mindset back to that time where if it's slightly out, who gives a fuck? If it's slightly too loud, whatever. If it feeds back, who cares? You know, you have to be that free again. So that was that idea anyway.
And the lineup was what? So what you guys are some Mantis, Abaddon, and Al Barnes.
Yeah, Al had done Jeff's solo album, Winds of Change. I'd done the video for the single from that with him. But that had all been programmed, I guess. But Al played guitar on there, and Jeff wanted to keep him because he'd only just done his album, and he had Al there, and so he didn't want to leave Al and say, fuck it, I'm going back to Venom. So he wanted to bring Al as a rhythm guitarist. But Al didn't have a lot of studio experience, so that was mainly handled by Jeff, guitar-wise. And then Al did bits and pieces, but then we went on tour, and that's where Al came into his fore by being the live guitarist, so we could have a wider sound. So because they felt that had happened on Calm Before the Storm, we could do that. But I said, well, it can, but if we don't want to do your AOR album, Winds of Change, and we don't want to do Calm Before the Storm, we still have to do, it's still got to be Venom. So we tried to make it as dark as possible, but still allow him to have that harmonious platform.
What was your first show with Venom?
The first show, I don't remember.
That's okay.
I don't remember what the first show was. I mean, it was UK, possibly London, possibly at the Marquee, the second Marquee. When they moved the Marquee from the old Wardour Street, which is in the red light area, they moved it to Charing Cross Road, which is a little bit more market. It wasn't the same kind of atmosphere in the venue, but I think it was there. But it wasn't filmed. and we advertised as Sons of Satan. We went out on a tour and called ourselves the Sons of Satan because we actually wanted to book shows so we could have audience, but we didn't want people to know it was us because we were breaking Al into the live set. So we kind of wanted to practice, was what I was, given to understand. That's why we were doing it. So we did 4 or 5 UK shows, 4 or 5 European shows, and then then once we got to the end of that, we put the set together and we began the Prime Evil tour, which was background Europe and background England, but a bit more serious.
And a question you probably get tired of hearing, but I mean, for someone who hasn't heard an interview with you before, so you go into you're taking over for Cronus, and like, what is the first? I mean, I'm sure you're dealing with some shit like everybody else does when they first take over a band like this, or to go as the front man. Yeah. What was the reaction of the Venom fans at first? Was there were you dealing with a lot, or was it just what you expected, or what was the overall welcoming for you to the?
Well, I suppose the advantage of the whole thing, there wasn't any fucking internet, so there's no social media.
Yeah, right.
So you didn't have some knobhead on fucking X or Twitter or whatever going, "You suck, you should die of cancer." So I didn't get all that. But yeah, it was amazing. Someone had said to me, "What was it like, stepping into another man's shoes?" And I said, I never step in another man's fucking shoes. I've got my own shoes, thanks. I wear my own boots all the time. I am me, he is him, full stop. And that's the same for everybody. So it's like, I didn't try and be him. I didn't need to try and be him. They were my friends. I just did these songs the way I wanted to do them, how I thought they should be if I was doing them. So I said it was as far as that. So, of course, I didn't consider the reaction of the fans. And it was only for the first proper show in Europe, which I think was at the Melkweg in Amsterdam. And that was the first time I'd actually, because up to then we'd been fucking around with shows as the Sons of Satan. But this was like Prime Evil tour, Venom, and we were going into Melkweg and it was sold out. And it was in Amsterdam. And for some reason, I started walking to the stage thinking, oh shit, what if they turn against me? Because I hadn't thought about it till then, and everybody had been so cool, press had been so cool, everybody said it was great, the album was great reviews, and I walked on stage and the audience was split. Half the audience were long-haired and the other half were skinheads. And the one thing they said to me is like, if the skinheads turn up, there's going to be a fucking fight because they just come to fight. Of course, I had my head shaved. So I thought we were half and half. So we went into the audience. There was this just gigantic skin in the front, and I couldn't tell if he was being aggressive or not. So after about track 3 or 4, I leant down and I put my hand on his throat and pulled him up so he could get onto stage. And he jumped on stage, and I kept my hand on his neck while I sang a song, and then he just jumped into the audience, and that was it. We were winning. From then on, they thought that was amazing. So we had the whole audience, and so that was incredible. And on that whole tour, it was like that every night you go in, fans were waiting for us. They loved the song. They were responding. We went to Bonn in Germany to play with King Diamond and Sabotage, and the hall was rammed full of people. It was live on radio, and we went on, and it went nuts. And when we got back, even the British press were going, fucking hell, they went to Germany and they tore the roof off it, and it was a great lineup, but they just went in there. So I thought, oh, we're winning this, and so I was never worried after that. And I only ever made one mistake on that whole thing. We did Bloodlust, and the line, I'm Count Kronos, Vampire Supreme. Obviously, I'm not going to fucking sing that because I'm not. So, but it was before I sing, I'm Hail Nosferatu, Vampire Supreme. But I did, just before the solo, I went, Kronos, who the fuck is Kronos? And immediately the audience were like, wow, like losing their shit. And the minute I said that, it was like I just dunked them in a cold shower. Everybody went quiet and just stared at me like, you fucking die, you piece of shit. And I was like, no. So yeah, your powers just went out, I think.
I think we just lost Ed. I saw the lights flashing, but he might be back. We may have lost him. He's in the hurricane right now.
Yeah, his lights just went out. Oh shit.
He's frozen with us. But and I wanted to actually bring that up to you because I know early on, and you have to expect this, right? Like, Cronus, you guys put out the Primeval record. I know he does some interviews and says, I'm not a fan of it, whatever. But you got to
Yeah,
expect this because anybody's going to say that about
of
anybody
course,
who's taken their
of
spot.
course, of
So have
course.
you guys ever talked? Like, are you guys cool? And like, does he ever like say to you, hey, man, it's actually like the record's cooler that I actually admitted because I can't say it's cool because if I do, that's...
No, but you know, I know how he operates. I know how he is. I know who he is. And you know, there was a point where for example, he'd been saying real bad stuff about Jeff when he reformed and got Mike Hickey in to do the Hell album. And when he'd eventually spoken to Jeff was a bit pissed off. He said, "You're saying all this fucking stuff like that," and he was like, "Yeah, but it's like, you know, that's it. The press love that. You say something bad about me, I say something bad about you, and that's how we get press, you know." So, I mean, it could be because he's, you know, pants are full of custard, yellow custard, or it could be because he's just playing a game. I don't know. You know, I don't mind. You know, I think. I think he's a good bass player. I used to love his performances. I think he started lacking a lot, and he should have focused more on the music instead of money, more on the fans instead of his ego, and he should deliver. It's not enough that you walk on stage and go, "Well, I am that guy. Here I am." Yeah, 40 years ago you were, son. You're not now. You're that voice. Yeah, but you still got to work for your money. You don't owe the fans anything. You fucking owe the fans everything. They don't owe you. You owe them. They're the ones paying your fucking wage. So, you know, I think from that point of view, he should have got his shit together. We've managed to poke him so heavily with his stick that he tries as hard. If I write the set list for the next US tour and go out and play it, you can guarantee the next time you see him playing any shows, half the songs I do that he isn't doing will be in his set list. Okay, that's great. I don't give a shit. He thinks he's chasing the milk float round. But I'm prompting him to deliver to the audience, and after that, that's what I want to do, you know.
Well, that's one thing I do love about we're gonna, and eventually very soon we'll get to Venom Inc. You know, you guys do your own. You know, Venom Inc. kind of has that punk thing going on, and you got your own thing going on with that. So we'll get to that totally.
Yeah.
But you know, you guys, so you do do a home video, then Live in '90. You guys record at the Marquee Club in London. You're back in the studio to do Temples of Ice. Where did that title come from?
Temples of Ice, actually, we started doing the songs from there. Some of them were gleaned from older songs and putting them together. But I got the album title I took from the Nightmare single. When Venom had wrote the Nightmare single, and one of the lines is Temples of Ice. And so I used that title, again, because with me, I was always trying to keep the lineage and keep the connection. I thought it was very important to keep the Venom connection and keep all of that together. So by titling the album something from a line of another existing Venom song, that kept the connection going. So yeah, Temples of Ice was a line in the song Nightmare. So that's where that came from.
And and on that record, you like some of the material, right? But you weren't a fan of the production totally.
Yeah, again, it was like, you know,
I think we have Ed coming back too here.
Brilliant.
Ed is back with us. What's up?
Told
Ed?
you. Told you.
You had a power out there.
Yeah, Ed's back with us, Tony.
Yeah, I just think on Temples, I think after we done Primeval with Nick Tauber, that had such good production. I really liked that production, and we'd spent money on the production. And in order for the management and Abaddon to retain as much money as they could surreptitiously, they decided that we didn't need to spend it on a producer, so it's self-produced, and it just was not good enough. It just wasn't good enough. I did later on with Empire of Evil get a chance to re-record some of my favourite songs from the whole period of the worst produced stuff, the Wastelands and that, and put them on the Crucified album with better production. So I was very happy I could do it later. But at the time I was a bit disappointed because I think the album seemed weak. Well, the songs didn't seem weak. They sounded just as strong as stuff on Primeval. But by the time we recorded them and it got produced, they just felt like they would record it in a tin can. And I was like, there's no balls to this. There's no balls left, you know? So it was a shame. But when we play them live, like I put Temples of Ice back in the set, fucking hell, they sound thunderous. They sound thunderous. So I'm glad at least I can realize those songs live now.
And you weren't making any money really yourself, right? You weren't really getting paid.
No. I mean, you know, when they asked me to join and write the album, they said, we'll give you 10 grand in your hand. I never saw that. They told Mantas he would get 5 grand and he got 2,500 to leave his job. And then they didn't give him any more money. We got no publishing money, no touring money, no merch money, no recording money, nothing. In fact, the first tour, you know, you can reference this with Al Bonds if anybody speaks to Al Bonds. We went into the management office to go on the first tour, proper tour, and asked if we could have some money to get some guitar strings. And they gave me £15 and they gave him £5 because one packet of strings cost £5 and one packet of bass strings cost £15. And that was it. And I said, like, but that'll just get me one packet. And they went, well, how many strings do you need for a tour? I was like, well, fucking more than 4. So I did the whole tour on a set, 2 sets of strings. One that I borrowed off, who was it? I think it was Rob from Exodus. He was changing his strings, and I said, "Don't cut your strings." And he went, "Why are you? What do you want to keep them?" And I was like, "Yeah." So I took his strings and I put them on my bass.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I used his old strings.
See, all that old school when you were like figuring out what the margarine containers, making picks and stuff, it all came back to help you out.
It all came back. Yeah, you see, that's it.
It all comes back around.
It's another one of those things I said earlier, you know, when young people are asking about, you know, how do we do it? You just do it. However you do it, you just do it.
Yeah. So, but when you were doing, you weren't a fan of those album covers either, were you?
No. I mean, none of them at all. It was kind of all, you know, when I think back, and even me and Jeff have talked about this, why we didn't contest it, why we didn't ask why, but we just didn't. We were too busy writing and playing, and we enjoyed what we were doing, and it all just kept turning up, you know, the stuff would just turn up, and that was it. And by the time it turned up, we didn't have a choice. We couldn't say, oh, I don't like it, or can you change it? It was like, we paid for it, that's it.
Oh, they were just printing them.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, you know, even the Wastelands, when it got to the Wastelands, Tony had got some guy in Europe had been doing these paintings, and he'd got a couple sent to him. And we walked into the studio, and there was a corridor, and we walked down the corridor, and he stopped and went, "What do you think of these?" And there was a couple of paintings, looked a bit like the cover of Wastelands, and went, "Oh yeah, they're okay." Next thing I know, there's the Wastelands cover. And he was like, "Well, it's that guy." And I was like, "Yeah, but what's that got to do? What is it?" And it was like, you know, so the photos of lightning and all of that, the, you know, reversed colored pictures of lightning. I mean, what is it got anything to do with? So it was the same thing. It was like that shambles that Tony drew Abaddon on the cover of Temples of Ice. It was like, what the fuck is that supposed to be? You know, oh well, it's the primeval dog and it's trapped in ice. It's like that doesn't look like that to me. And it certainly didn't to the record label. You know, that got passed. They sent that to the record label, and the record label went, "I don't know who's done this, but you can fucking redo it because that is not going anywhere. It's fucking terrible." And so they apparently reworked it, and he just, in the end, somehow Martin Hooker went, "Okay, put it out then." But, you know, it's one of those things when you're a record collector, and I'm sure you guys will know yourselves, you know, you used to go and browse in Amoeba Records or a record store, and sometimes you pick albums up based on the cover. You didn't even know what the fucking were like. You just go, that looks fucking cool. And hopefully, most of the times you were fortunate enough to get back home and like the music. Sometimes you didn't, but you loved the cover.
You know what I always say that about Tony is "Bad Out of Hell" from Meatloaf. When I first saw that cover, exactly. I was like, "This is gonna be," and not that I hate Meatloaf at all, but I was like, when I first got it, I was kind of like, "Oh
what
shit,
a cover!
What is this?
What's a fucking cover?" Yeah, exactly. You know, and so that was really important part of it. You know, you could get fans by picking it up if the cover was really cool, and so you know, to have a shit cover, I mean, people were like, well, that's, you were just not gaining any more fans by that. And existing fans would get it because it had the name Venom on it, but then began, well, the cover sucks, so but they didn't care by that point. It was all about making money. They were getting all of the money. We weren't getting any money. So who cares? They were just writing their own checks, which was unfortunate. And for me, because it wasn't based on money, it was based on the music and the fans. I just felt we were gypping people, and I had no control over it. So, much like when I finished in '92 after the Wastelands, they just started selling bundled up recordings. So they would take 2 tracks of there, 3 tracks of there, some of the live stuff, mix them all up and sell them to a record company and say, do you want to do a Venom compilation? And the album, they would go, yeah, sure. Then they give them $1,000. And that was it. So there was like compilation this week, compilation next week, compilation that week. And people would then go to me when they saw me or write to me and go, what the fuck are you doing? Why do you keep selling us the same songs? And I go, I don't even know they're coming out. I had nothing to do with it. It was the machine just making themselves a check every couple of months, And a small check, it was like, what? You're fucking just destroying it for no reason, Yeah.
With the Wastelands record, so Al Barnes leaves the band, right? He leaves Venom, and I know
Yeah.
you still have Steve White back in on the guitars for with the Wastelands, right? Why did Al leave the band?
Well, kind of. I didn't bring Steve back in for the Wastelands, but what happened was at the end of we didn't tour on Temples of Ice. So after we did Prime Evil, nobody was getting paid. Al had to go to work. Al was like, I've got to earn some money. So he went to a job. And so he couldn't do the commitment. Tony obviously thought, Abaddon obviously thought, well, that's great. So now we don't have to worry about him. So now we're down to the 3 of us. And Tony Dolan will do anything because he just wants to play live. Jeff will just do whatever we tell him. So it's easy to manipulate them. And that's what we did. But I think I wrote maybe 60% or a little bit more of Temples and then most of the Wastelands, with the exception of a couple of things. Because I just think Jeff was then had to go to work too because he had a family, and so for him, I didn't have a family, so I was okay. But for him, it was difficult, so he had to go to work, and so he couldn't do the studio time all the time and the touring. So we didn't tour. Al had gone because he had to go to work, like I say. And when we got to the Wastelands, we had studio time. So because the studio time couldn't be used for the Venom stuff because Jeff couldn't get to the studio, if they had 3 days and Jeff was booked in to come and record and he couldn't get there because of work, there were 3 empty days already paid for, I thought. So I was going to Steve White, who I was working with at the time, why don't you come down and we could write some Atomkraft stuff. We got free time, the studio's there, we could just record it even, and then we've got it in the bag for doing later. So that was the idea. And we did Fragile Life, Flatline, not Flatline, we did Wolverine and Kissing the Beast. And then Bray would turn up, Abaddon, and he got behind the kit and just started playing those songs. So all of a sudden we were recording them, and then they were on the album because Jeff wasn't going to be in. So he then kept them for the album. So Jeff came in and did a couple of songs, and that was it. So Steve's guitar's still on there. And then the album goes out, and it's like Steve White is one of the members, and Steve's like, I'm not in the band. And I was going, he's not in the band. But again, they just printed it up. So, I think in Abaddon's head, it was like, if Jeff is going to leave, then there'll just be me. I can just take all the money without having to feel bad about Jeff and control the whole thing. But at that point, like I say, after doing the Wastelands thing, the cover of Wastelands, doing the production the same as we did on Temples of Ice, which I thought was wrong because I'd asked, can we have a producer? Let's have a producer. So make it a really powerful album. We need it. And the 90s, which metal was flaking in the 90s. We had grunge coming out of Seattle, Pearl Jams and Nirvanas. And then in England, we had Britpop. So it was all fucking Blur and Oasis. So, or trance dance music. So there was a big, it was difficult to get shows because promoters were going, but nobody's into this shit. So you were selling to the old stalwarts from the 80s, but even thrash had waned a bit and everything else. Fortunately, Pantera out of Texas and then the Scandinavian black metal movement. Bosch put us back on the map, and now then Florida exploded again, and now you have death metal rules the world. You have black metal's made its mark more times over and over, and thrash came back with a vengeance. So it's like, now we've got a pocket full of honey money, and it's great. But yeah, in the '90s it was a bit difficult. So after the Wastelands, I thought all those things weighed up. I haven't been paid. Jeff doesn't really want to do it anymore. I don't like the covers. I don't like the production, and we're not touring. So what's the point? So I just said I'm off. I got a job. I'm going to do some acting and technical work in theatre, and just see what happens. And kind of that's it. I just left it there. I didn't want to flog a dead horse.
And your guys' obligation with under One Flag was over with, right? You guys did your 3 records. You guys are done.
Well, the misdemeanor is that they go, well, we ran out and the label dropped us, but that's not what happened. I mean, that's what Conrad would love to say, because it plays into his narrative. But that's not actually what happened. Martin Hooker, I think we'd failed on the cover of Temples of Ice, thought it wasn't as strong. But Music for Nations also, he was looking to sell the label, and he realized that it was going to be very difficult to run a metal label during the '90s, where you even had Metallica putting makeup on and doing load and reload and trying to reinvent themselves for a different kind of market. So I just think that it wasn't that we were not going to be offered another 3 albums. It was a pause. There was going to be a pause, and we were just going to have to wait, see what happened with the scene, and then pick it back up again. Of course, that never happened. Martin sold the label away, and it all just went the way it went. I went off, Jeff went off, and there was nothing left. So.
And you start working in the theater, like you said. You're working for the
Yeah.
Royal Shakespeare Company.
Yes.
And basically you're in India and one of the actors got sick and you were asked to fill in for him. Is that how pretty much
that's it.
your stage started?
Yeah, we did a world tour of Comedy of Errors, and I discovered Shakespeare. Actually, the opening of Black and Other Priest is from the Plantagenets play, where I used to be a burial at the beginning, and I was part of the trap that used the burial, that buried the coffin, and that was a choral part that opened the show, the Requiem Aeternam. And so I thought, oh, and I heard it every fucking day. It just got stuck in my head, and I actually wrote Black and Other Priests off that and thought, oh, let's put that on the album. So we did. But yeah, I kind of just moved down there and started doing all of that. And we were in India on a world tour, doing Comedy of Errors, and I would quote it every night because I'd have to stay on the set to open doors and windows and let actors on and off, as I was a lead technician on it, doing the construction of the set. And an actor got sick. We were in India, an actor got sick, and the stage management came to me and said, one of the actors is real sick, he can't be there. There was no cover. So I said, fuck, what are we going to do? You're going to have to get an Indian actor. They love Shakespeare, so we'll be able to find someone who speaks English. And they went, yeah, but you know all the words. And I was like, yeah. You want me to teach them? I can't teach them how to act. And they went, no, but why don't you do it? And I was like, you want me to act? And I was like, you must be fucking kidding. And they went, well, why not? And I was like, well, to be fair, I'm in the middle of India. Who the fuck, if I'm shit, who's going to know? Nobody's going to tell me mum. So I was like, yeah, go for it. So I did it, and I loved it. It was great fun just to help them out. And when at the end of that tour, we returned back to London, after about 3 weeks, I got a call from the artistic director from the Young Vic Theatre. He said, we're doing Comedy of Errors. I went, oh, brilliant. Yeah, I might pop down and watch it. And he said, well, funny enough, I was going to ask you if you wanted to come down. I said, that's very kind of you. He said, yeah, remember when you were in India and someone got sick? He said, yeah, one of the actors' mums just died and he has to go away. So I have a hall where I have 5 shows and I need an actor to fill in. And I just went and asked the rest of the cast, do you know anybody we can get at short notice? And they all said, call Tony Dolan. And I was like, oh my God, I mean, I can't professionally, or you fucking nuts. And he was like, why not? You're in town, you're at the West End, you're at the Young Vic, and you're in Shakespeare. So I was like, yeah, you know what, fuck it. So I went down and that was it. I was on that night and had an amazing time.
Well, and then I thought was really cool was you call up an agent, right? And he tells you you're too old, basically.
Yeah.
And then like a month later, you're in Judge Dredd.
Yes. I mean, it was like, what's going on? I thought, oh, this is brilliant. Could I do this professionally? And the artistic director was, well, you haven't got any training and stuff. I mean, you're good, but I mean, you're not trained or anything, and you'd have to get an agent. So I went, I'll get an agent then. So yeah, I just basically went through some yellow pages and found an acting agent who I then researched and found out that he had some famous actors. So I thought, oh, that's brilliant. I just phone up and go, yeah, I want to be an actor as well. And then he would just take you on. And the guy was like, yeah, well, we can meet and have a coffee. And so I met him. What have you done? Well, I did this in India. He's like, what, one night? Yeah. But then I did it in the West End, what, 5 shows? Yeah. And this part, yeah. And you've never done it before in your life, yeah. And you've got no training, yeah. And you're how old? He said, nah, you got no chance, mate. You're too old. You're not trained. You'll never work in the industry as an actor. Why don't you do something else? And I was like, well, I've been doing something else. So I walked away feeling all depressed. And then a friend of mine said, oh, contact this production company. They're looking for actors. And I was like, really? And they went, yeah, yeah, yeah. There's this agent who works for extra actors and stuff, and you might get stuff as an extra. So I called up this agent, went to see him. He said, oh, you're kind of good. I'm going to pass you on to someone else who's a proper agent for proper actors, which he passed me on to. And then I went to audition for First Night with Sean Connery and Richard Gere. And then the next day, they sent me to Judge Dredd. And so they were both on the table, and I was like, fuck, Stallone. I mean, that's my Rocky. So that's it. I did Judge Dredd. But then we shot the movie, and there was loads of real cool stuff in it. And I had screen time. Like, if you get like 10 seconds of screen time, apparently that's a big deal. So I was in 13 seconds, and I was like, this is amazing. So I took everybody to the premiere going, fucking Judge Dredd was Stallone. I mean, Judge Dredd was Stallone. And you see me die in the corner of a seat. There's me, Stallone, and Rob Schneider, and I'm the one next to them in that sequence. And then I die. But,
How
yeah,
was
it was
Stallone and Schneider? Were they cool to deal with?
great. Rob was really funny. He's a really nice, funny guy. It was his first movie after Saturday Night Live. And yeah, he was really, really funny. He kept me totally entertained. And Stallone, of course, you want to meet Stallone. He's like this fucking Superman. And Rocky was my inspiration. That and Arnold's Encyclopedia of a Bodybuilder. So they were my heroes for all the right reasons. And I was dying to talk to him. And we did a scene in a lift before we get on the shuttle, the prison shuttle. And I got to talk to him about his bike and Roberto Duran, who trained him for Rocky 2. And just like we're talking now, he just came alive. And yeah, it was great. And I thought, I was watching him on set and watching him doing the acting and chatting to him like this. And I was just thinking, I'm a bit disappointed because when you see him on screen, it's like this other thing. But when you're just like this, he's not really all that. And then I went down after we shot the first sequence to watch the rushes. And all of a sudden, I was looking at Sylvester Stallone on the screen going, holy fuck, that's Sylvester Stallone. And I'd just been sitting next to him. And it was like, whatever the camera does, it just does it, and he all of a sudden just goes from a cool regular guy chatting about bikes or boxing or food or whatever to being Sylvester Stallone. It's amazing. So yeah, I was very lucky.
And you did you were Mr. Lamb in Master and Commander too. So that
Yeah.
with and you dealt with Crow too.
Yeah, I mean, we got real good friends. We became really good friends. He was so generous to me, and we really got on like a house on fire. And I realized that, he got a lot of bad press for being a bad boy, a bad guy in Hollywood. But actually, he's like us. He likes his beer. He likes to watch his football or his rugby. Yeah, he likes his sport, and he likes to party. And that's it. He likes music, and that's it.
Normal
It's
guy.
simple. And in Hollywood, you have to play a particular game. You have to pretend to be a particular something. And of course, Russell would go and fuck off, and again, you can't just say fuck off where you like. And he's like, why the fuck can't you? So they were like, they were against him very quickly. But he was loved by the audience, so they struggled with it. And now he knew how to play the game, but I think he was just a man's man, and they couldn't handle that because in Hollywood, everything's a bit pretend, it's a bit plastic. It looks gold, but it's not real gold. It looks like that, but it's not really that. And everybody smiles at you when you're winning and says hi, and you're the best guest at the party. And then the minute that your series gets pulled, or you're not going to second pilot, nobody talks to you, like you don't exist, like you never existed, you know. And it's like, hang on, yesterday you were buying me champagne, today you won't even cross the road to stand over me, you know. And it's a very weird kind of situation to be in. But again, that Master and Commander was a total accent. I was working for Queen. I was putting in their musical, We Will Rock You, and I was going to be working on that show as the deputy master carpenter. And my agent called and said, there's an audition. Can you get to it tomorrow afternoon for lunch? And I said, okay, but I don't have long for lunch, maybe 50 minutes. And she went, right, you have to get to this address in 50 minutes. And you're seeing this guy and this woman. And I was okay. So I ran all the way up, covered in shit, looking like I'd just come off a building site. Went into this really uber posh hotel where they thought I was coming to rip something out. And they were a bit cautious about letting me up in the lift, but they did. And I saw this director, Peter Weir, who later I knew had just done the Truman Show and, you know, Picnic Hanging Rock, Gallipoli and stuff. And this woman, Wendy, was that Wendy? Well, anyway, she was like the biggest casting director in the UK. And yeah, they just loved me. They'd seen me in, they'd seen the rushes from Judge Dredd, really liked me in that, and then seen me in a TV show and thought, oh, he looks good. So they'd called me in. They did a bit of work with me. And yeah, I left. I said, listen, I've got to go back to work. I'm really sorry, I can't stay. And they were like, oh, okay, no worries. And I said, yeah, I'm working for Queen, but I've got to go. I've got to run all the way back down. So I ran. The odd thing was I was working for Queen as a carpenter, and they cast me in the movie as the carpenter. So I thought there was a synergy there because they asked me, what are you doing at the minute? I said, I'm a carpenter. I'm working at a theatre. So I think that helped as well. But they liked me and they cast me, yeah. And I was 5 months in Mexico. Baja. It was mad. It was mad. The funniest thing was I came out of LAX because I got first class all the way and someone carrying your bags. And I was like, what the fuck? This is mad. And I got out to get into the bus, the vehicle to go down to Baja from LAX. And when I got into the bus, there were some British actors already in there. And I'd worked with them. I'd worked with them at the Royal Shakespeare Company. And I was only a technician. So when I got on, they went like, Tony. And I went, hey, how you doing? And they were like, oh my God, fucking this is brilliant. Hey, are you on this movie? I went, yeah. And they went, oh my God, how did you get on the movie? I said, I just went and seen some people and they gave me the job. And they went, so are you in charge of the set? And I went, no, I'm in it. And they looked at me as if I was like talking Chinese or something. They go, what do you mean you're in it? And I said, I'm acting in it like you. So they were like, fuck off. They thought it was crazy, which I did too, but it was an amazing experience. And there you go. The rest is history, I guess.
And you just got tired of it eventually, and just wanted to. You didn't really want to be part of the acting anymore.
Well, I still loved it, and I still get offered things now and then. And at the time, there was some of the stuff I did stuff for the BBC and for TV, and then I did a couple of radio plays where I played Dr. Watson for Fox.
So eventually, Tony, you decided you didn't want to be part of the Hollywood scene anymore, really?
Yeah, I think that was it. You know, I my first love was Shakespeare, and that's kind of where I started. And the other stuff was fun, and I enjoyed it. But you know, there was a when I was asked to do the music again. I love my engineering in the theatre, but the music, I thought, you know, maybe I'm too old to do that. But I thought, well, actually, it gave me the most pleasure. The acting's real fun. You make good money, obviously, and if you become Tom Cruise, you're Tom Cruise. But I didn't have ambitions to be an actor, and I didn't have ambitions to be a Tom Cruise or anything else. And for me, it was about the experience, not about the money. The money's great and stuff, but you know, there's a whole system you have to go through to act. Whereas to be in a band or to create music or to form a band or to go out and record music, you just have to want to do it. So it's an immediate thing. And when you get in front of an audience, if they like you, it's an immediate thing. You know, you can get an immediate reaction. You can discuss the reaction. You can discuss what you've done and how the music is affecting people. But you can't do that with movies and stuff like that. Most of the actors hate doing the world tours afterwards where they've got to promote the movie and they've got to pretend all the time and smile all the time. And even if the movie's shit, they've got to go out and say, yeah, it's great. It was fantastic. You know, so if you're going to do that for money, I don't think that's fulfilling. It wasn't to me, and I just thought, you know, I have to make a decision. If an acting role comes along, that's really cool, and I'm offered to do it, you know, because I did do a few other things that I thought were really good. But unless that happens, I'm quite happy doing the music, and I want to put my energy into it. So I decided either I put all my energy into acting or all my energy into music. I can't put it into both successfully. And I thought, well, music's what gave me birth. That's what gave me meaning. That's my first love. And I love the fans of music because they're just more me's, and I like that. So yeah, I decided to just leave the acting. If something great came in, it came in, but I'm not chasing it. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Because when people go, "How did you get into acting?" I didn't plan it. It was all accident, all accidental. It just happened. So I
And you
let.
paid your dues. You were even a chocolate star, right?
Well,
Before
yeah, I guess. Yeah,
you were even
yeah.
a chocolate star.
Well,
I
I
was like
mean, yeah, there's no
I
more
mean,
going to the top. When you want to get to the top, the chocolate stars, that's it, yeah. It
you've done
wasn't
the
a
Tony
thing.
could
chocolate
have
starfish, thank fuck. It wasn't
Tony
a
could have
chocolate
been
starfish.
the next Jared Leto if he
Exactly,
really
yes,
wanted to be. He
exactly.
could have
There
been.
you go, exactly, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, and so 2004, you decide to get back. You hook up with another band. You hook up with Mantas, right? Which is
yes,
obviously at that time it's Mantas, Charisse on drums, and I'm probably going to say the name Alstar on
yeah,
guitars, and
yeah,
Bry on vocals. And
yes,
I
yes.
remember when you were doing this. I think this is when I interviewed you actually back in the day. You were doing this in 2004.
Yeah, that's right.
Um, yeah, and how did you get in? How did you get involved in this?
He just
Obviously,
called me,
Mantis
yeah.
ties.
I mean, that was it. I mean, Jeff had done wrote the songs, was putting the album together, had a kind of lineup, but needed a bass player to record the album, and so he just called me and said, "Do you fancy putting some bass on this?" And I was like, "Okay, send me the songs." So I think it was pretty quick. So whatever happened before, it happened pretty quick. So I was working and he sent me the songs for the album. I had a week to kind of learn them, play parts, and work out what I was going to do. And then I think I drove straight up, recorded all through the night, and then drove straight back down to go to work. So that was the album. And then we did two shows after that.
And that
I
was the Zero
introduced to
Tolerance record you're
that was
speaking
on
of.
the Zero Tolerance, yeah. And isn't that ironic that Chuck Schuldiner first band was called Mantis and his demo was Zero Tolerance? And when I told that to Jeff, Mantis recording an album Zero Tolerance, he had no idea. He was going, "Who the fuck's that? And what's that?" And it was
Ah,
like, I thought that was kind of mad that he actually came up with that when Chuck had already done that, but had no idea. So that's kind of a synergy, I think. But yeah,
and
I
that came
really.
out on Demolition Records, right? Which was Jed's label.
Yes, yes. I mean, yeah, he called it demolition because of me, he said, because it gave him good memories. But yeah, and I think I don't think it was the best move for him signing his publishing to them, which I did advise them on, which is why I ended up leaving after two shows because I told them not to waste the album, because it was Eric Cook who used to be managed with Venom. And I just said, listen, don't make the same mistake again. I think he's worked really hard. I think this is a really cool album at the time. And I think it has some legs on it. So don't just try and make some small bits of money. Invest any money he makes, put it into this record and try and do something with it. And the next day he called me up and said, they've asked me to get rid of you. So I was like, okay, well, if it's a difference between me staying just to be pedantic and the album not be going out, or me leaving and you carrying on, I think I'll leave then because I don't want the album to be buried because I think he'd done a good job. And a year later, he had a new manager who was a female who he just got on, and 2 weeks later she went in to see them, told them exactly the same as I said, and they dropped him. So,
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. An old Venom Neat Records trick is like, don't pay them, and if they ask them why they don't trust you, and hopefully they'll fuck off. And if they persist and they still won't pay, then just get rid of them. So that's what
Because yeah,
happened.
Neat Records was notorious for that, right? And I heard that you had, I don't know if it was Atomkraft or not, but you guys had gotten shirts made and
Yeah.
they just fell apart like right when you were selling them at the show, basically.
Oh my God. Yeah. People were coming back. I remember we sold some in something like Leeds and Manchester are quite close to each other, maybe an hour away from each other. And we saw some of the show in Leeds. Literally, the people turned up the next day at the next show and went, "These shirts are shit." And we were looking at these shirts going, "Oh, fuck." But all we had was the same shirts. So yeah, it was, everything was budget. Everything was like, if they had to give you any money, it was like, nothing. It was never enough. And they didn't invest in it, They wanted to make money. They didn't consider that you had to invest, And when they'd complain about the American bands going, "I don't understand, when you look at Megadeth or Exodus I go, because the people, John Sazula, Slagle, they're putting the money into the bands. They're spending money on the bands, and that's why their albums sound good. That's why the producers sound good. I may be doing the next album possibly with Bill Meteor, because Bill's a great producer and he produced some great stuff and he wants to do something. So I said, yeah, maybe we can do something. But it's like, it's a bit of a different, I'd have to spend money on that. Well, I could produce it myself and spend no money. But is it going to be the same? Is it going to be good enough? Is it going to be as good as if Bill did it or another producer did it? So sometimes it's worth spending the money to get the better result. And I think the trap that Neat Records got into and Venom got into was, we want to make money. Like, we don't want to spend. We want to spend as little
Not
as possible and make as much. You're not investing, and you have to. You have to invest in it. Behemoth, Nurgle had a 5-year plan. Look at Behemoth now. Look at their stage show. They own their own pyros because he spent every penny on the band, and that's why they're where they are. If you don't,
I remember when they were traveling in a van when they first started when they were playing America, and now they're playing a bigger venue. I mean, obviously, me and Ed have seen them. They're just they just grow all the time.
Of course, but look. You just saw the Slayer show, right? That Slayer show that's just happened. Look at it.
We were talking about that.
Amazing. Looked amazing. Right. When we did that marquee show, they turned up in the back alley in a van. When I opened the doors to the van, Kerry climbed off the top of the cabinets where he'd been sleeping all the way back.
We all know what that looks like, all us band guys.
And what I say to kids is, you want to cut the corner. You want to go straight to fucking hero. You don't get to hero unless you do the groundwork. You've got to do, you can bench press 25, 250 pounds, but not if you can't bench press 100 pounds. You've got to get from 100 pounds to 250 pounds. That means you've got to work your fucking tits off. You've got to train regular. You've got to eat right. You've got to be focused. You just don't walk in and pick up you don't take your shirt off, go, I want to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, do 10 sit-ups, and then you look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It takes years.
All do it then.
Exactly. And I think the same thing with the music. People see the glory at the end, but they forget the hard work and the investment which goes into it. It's a sacrifice, but worth it. It's worth it.
Yep, that's why they, when bands go on the road, you always kind of find out who's going to make it or not. They say, because you kind of find out who your bandmates are and how they can not get fucking wasted and fall apart like first night.
And it's completely what I was saying very early on when we started. It's a significant difference between the two people. There's a musician and there's somebody who likes to play music. They're not the same things. A musician will never retire and will constantly be playing because that's who they are. It's part of who they are. Whereas the guy in the band or the girl in the band or the person in the band or the one who just does it as a weekend thing because they love playing in the band, they could be just as good. They can have just as much to offer, but they don't have the same will to sacrifice. They don't have the same drive to succeed. So it becomes just something fun for them to do at the weekend. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. We all like to drink beer. Well, I whiskey, but we all drink beer, but we don't all make beer. Because, well, I don't know if I could handle a brewery and the hours and all that fucking shit and my own recipe, but somebody does, and then we buy it. So, it's the same thing with everything. You either meant to do it, it is what you want to do, or it's just something you enjoy dipping into.
Well, you do and for you, you're back into the grind again. Then you do in the 2004, you do the Mantas album, the Zero Tolerance. Then 2005, you guys do the Reform for Atomkraft for a bit.
Yeah.
2010, you formed Prime Evil. Well, Prime Evil is formed. Of course, now it's called Empire of Evil with Mantas and Anton, which is Cronus's brother.
Yeah.
And you guys did the Primeval demo in 2011.
Yep.
And then what, Creatures of the Black EP, 2000, what was that, 2011 also, right, on Scarlet Records.
Yeah.
And then 2012, you guys did a full length, Hell to the Holy, which was recorded in 2011 at Zero Tolerance Studios in Newcastle. And why? So what was the deal with there was another band called Primeval in the area. That's why you guys flipped the name.
Yeah, there was a band out of New York, a thrash band from back in the day, and they were called Primeval. There'd been a band in the 70s out of California called Primeval. Of course, both of which were just not referenced really for the album, but I had made contact with the girl who was in Primeval. She played bass, I think, and I'd made contact with her early on the internet. And I liked the band, and then I'd reference to the fact that isn't it weird that you had a band which formed when we put out Primeval, the album. Isn't that kind of a synergy? Like we're connected, and I really dig your band. For some reason, I think the singer and guitarist Mike and I can't remember his name, but the two guys in the band had seen that as a disservice that we called our band Primeval. Which Anton and Mantas wanted to do because I said we're going to have a name, and they went obviously Primeval because that's was your album from Venom, so let's just call ourselves that. And I said I think there's a band going. They both had a look and said, oh, there's no band. There was, but they're not doing anything now. They're defunct. So I was like, oh, okay. Anyway, I got a very nasty letter from these two guys thinking it was a disservice. That was their little part of history, and I was going to take it away from them. And I already knew they existed, and I was going, yeah, but you weren't doing anything, so it doesn't really matter. But they were persistent that it did. I told the guys we're going to change the name. So I sat with a name written, thinking, what am I going to do? How do I do this? And then I saw an anagram, Empire of Evil. So I thought, okay, we'll just call ourselves Empire of Evil with no E, because it's Primeval, but I've just added of. Anyway, so that's what we did. And then they sent me a cease and desist letter from their lawyer, which cost them a lot of money. And so I contacted them and said, what did you do that for? They said, because we don't want you to use that. I said, but I've already changed the name. You could have saved the money. Don't. I said, oh my God, now you've got to do this every year. And they were like, well, not if you're not going to use the name. I said, well, now you've done that, I'm going to. It's the minute you don't pay the money. So you're going to have to do it every year now. So, I mean, it was a bit ridiculous. It didn't need to happen. But, they then went out and did some shows and then recorded some stuff and were making big noises about their back. And, of course, then they stopped, because they have regular jobs and they were just old guys. So I think it was a knee-jerk reaction. And they thought that their part of history was going to be overruled by us. And that wasn't what I wanted. So I changed it, but I didn't get to them in time to stop them spending money on a lawyer. But it made no difference in the end. So that's how it ended up being Empire of Evil. Anton didn't then want to do the American tour. There was some conflict, and I didn't want to go down that road again. I'm too old for that kind of shit. I said, I've just spent 20 years going through all that bollocks. I'm not doing it again. So either do the tour or don't do the tour. He didn't want to, so we brought Mark Jackson in, who's now
part in today's story.
Who's now back with Venom INC, yeah. And we were very happy with Empire of Evil. We got to a point where we toured the whole planet. We'd been everywhere. And then Oliver Weisheimer in Germany invited me to play Keep It True, which has about 2,500 people, somewhere around about that.
2015, right?
Yeah, that's it. And he said, would you come and play? And I said, yeah, sure, that would be great. And he said, on one condition. I was like, what's the condition? If Abaddon was there, what's the chances of you'd play a couple of Venom classics? And I was like, fucking, you must be joking. Jeff and Abaddon, there's no way they would do it together. They don't like each other and blah, blah, blah. He said, well, there was only one person who could make it happen. That's you. So why don't you make it happen? And I was like, Oliver, just wouldn't. And then I thought, well, okay, maybe I'll try. So I spoke to Abaddon. He was totally up for it. I then spoke to Mantas, who wasn't, but then convinced him that it'd only be 5 songs. We would play our set, and then we'd bring him on, play a couple of Venom songs. There you go. We all go home. Everybody happy. So that's what we did. No rehearsal. We flew in from Russia. He flew in from Newcastle. We met backstage. We had 5 songs. We went on, played them, no rehearsals. And that was it. But the whole place went nuts. And literally, I got back to the hotel. And between getting back to the hotel about 12 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the morning, I was inundated with emails, phone calls. People had seen it online and were asking us to play shows. China, Japan, Taiwan, Australia, America, South America. I was like, what the fuck's going on? So that was it. I called an agent I knew. I said, listen, I'm getting all these offers. He said, well, do it. I said, but these guys, I don't know if we could do it as a band. And he said, well, don't do it as Empire of Evil. You have to have a name. So I said, well, I don't know. Use Venom somehow. And I said, how? We can't call ourselves Venom. Conrad's not doing Venom. So he said, well, think of putting Venom in the name. So I thought, okay. So anyway, I went to breakfast, saw those two guys, said, this is what's happening. Do you want to do this? They both went, yeah, why not? I said, I'm thinking maybe 15 months. And then that's it. We just do live shows.
You didn't want to do an album even, right?
No. I said, we just do live shows, no albums. We just go out, play the classics for the fans. They get to see you two. They can see Conrad with his band. They can see you two with this. And then everybody's happy. And I get to play. I'm happy doing that. So that was the idea. And yeah, and I said, we need to have a name. Abaddon said, I want to use the original logo. I said, okay, well then it's got to be called Venom, but we can't call it Venom. So I said, what about Venom Incorporated? But because if we say Incorporated, that means we can play anything. You can play any of your solo stuff, my solo stuff, his solo stuff, any Empire stuff, any Venom stuff. We incorporate all of our music in one thing, and it comes under the flag Venom Family. And that was my idea. And so Jeff wanted to add iron and steel. So we called it Venom Inc. Venom Incorporated Iron and Steel. The t-shirts turned up and it just says Venom Inc. And I'm going, it doesn't say incorporated. And the guy went, that's too long a word. I couldn't get it on the shirt. It looks shit. So I've just put Inc. That means incorporated. I said, I know what it means. Okay, so we did that. And before we'd finished the first tour, nobody was using iron and steel. People were bootlegging stuff and it just said Venom Inc. And that was it. It just stuck. So
did you get any shit from that from Cronus? Was he pissed that you guys were using that name at all? Or
oh, he was totally pissed. Totally pissed. We didn't get any shit originally. I mean, of course we got shit. He was, moaning on his websites and to whoever would listen, but nothing direct, of course, because that takes, bigger coconuts, doesn't it? To, it's easy to do it online, but you need some coconuts to do it in the flesh. So no, nothing like that, except one point we did get a letter, but the letter was when we were doing Empire of Evil. A promoter in Brazil, I think, had used the Venom logo, the black metal Venom logo, which was redrawn by Kronos. And we got a letter from his record label saying, cease and desist, you're trying to confuse fans and you're using the Venom logo. It's established that it's his. And basically, we said, I said, listen, it's the promoter. We do not use it on any of our paraphernalia. We don't use it on our websites or on any of our social media. We're not using it. You have to talk to the promoter who's used it because it wasn't us. And it only said X-Venom. And Jeff wrote back to the label and just said, show me the contract that says he owns it. If you can show me that, then we'll never use it. Of course, there is no contract because they all owned it. So it was like, okay, so we just kept using it and that was it. Eventually, after, 15 months of him kicking his crib and throwing his water bottle out the window, he just went quiet and carried on doing what he's doing, which is what he should have done. It's like, forget what we're doing, forget about anything else. You were Kronos, you are Kronos, you will always be Kronos. You did do that album, you did sing on that album, you do sing those songs. You don't have to worry about it. Just go and be with the fans. Forget what we're doing, forget what anybody's doing. The whole point of this is more, not less. So for me, it was about, if you don't play Bursting Out, or you don't play Mistress of the Whip, or you don't play Manitou, and I can go out and play Manitou with Mantas there for those fans, I'm fucking going to do that. Why can't they say him play Manitou just because you don't want to do it? And I think it's one of those things where sometimes the artist dictates what the fan gets to hear. And it's like, hang on, the fan bought that shit. So if you don't like that album and you don't want to play anything from that album, what do you say to all those fans who bought that album, who like that album, who want to hear songs from that album? You're telling them to come to your show and pay $100 or $80 or whatever the fuck it is for a show to buy your latest merchandise, to buy your latest album. But by the way, I'm not playing anything off that album that's your favorite because I didn't like it. It's not
and fans loved it. I mean, I heard you guys, when you guys first started performing these shows, you guys had I think there was one point you guys were supposed to do 25-minute signings and they wound up being just hours because the fans were in lines.
Absolutely crazy. And it's the same thing now. There's not one curfew that I've kept to. There's not one set length. You know, and my tour manager will just laugh when they go, so don't forget, guys, your set's 50 minutes long. And he just laughs it. And they're going, what are you laughing for? He's going, if it gets to the end of 50 minutes and he hasn't done what he wants to do, he'll never stop. And I'm like, listen, you know, people, you want people to come to this festival or come to this show and pay to see your band, so they're paying all this money to come, and then you're telling them how many songs they can hear and for how long. That shouldn't be your decision. So I'll play till I think it's a good set and they've got a bit of everything they want, and that's how it goes, you know.
And me and Ed played with you on when you guys toured with Goat Whore and Toxic Holocaust in
Yeah,
Tampa
yeah.
and Ybor, and you guys were awesome, man. You know, I mean, and you guys put out the 2017 record,
Yeah.
which you guys did that, and Mantas produced the record. And I want to ask you about the drums on that because I've heard different. Is that program drums? Or did
Yes.
Abaddon play on that album?
Yeah, digital. They're digital. Basically, Jeff always would put a guide bass and a guide guitar, drums on. And the drums I didn't mind so much, but I go, don't do any fills because the drummer's you don't want to sway the drummer. And don't put any fancy stuff on the bass, just put root notes because they're just guides. And I'm not going to play what you play. So that's kind of how we'd been doing it. And then so he sent it to Tony. Tony had a listen or didn't listen. I spent $1,000 or something to put him in the studio to record the album, and he just had no idea what he was doing. And of course, he recorded these drums, sent them back to Mantas, who'd asked to produce. And when John Z and the label had said to me, Nuclear Blast had said, "Do you think Jeff can handle the production?" I said, "Well, listen, we could go to any producer, but who knows the band better than the guy in the band? He knows what he wants to sound like. He knows what I want to sound like. So." Yeah, I think he can do this. And it was a big chunk for him, but he did an amazing job. But yeah, when it came to the drums, I got a copy of one of the tracks, sent it off to the label and the management, and just said, "This is Tony's drums." And the label was like, "This is a joke, right?" And I was like, "No." And they were like, "No fucking way, you can't have that on this. You've got to do something." So it was like, shit. So it was clear that Tony Abaddon wasn't going to be able to do what we wanted him to do. Mantas and him weren't exactly seeing eye to eye on how to proceed on it. And so the option was, we're running out of time. The option was just to use the digital, but we had to get an engineering to make them sound like real drums. So we brought a guy in from Germany and he sat there working on the drums, and they're all digital. So we couldn't, none of Abaddon's actual playing is on the album, which is a shame because we tried everything to try and go, well, just do this or just do that or try and just record these, but nothing happened. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but there it is.
And you guys are dealing with Nuclear Blast, which is a huge label at that time. You know, you guys are dealing with them. And your guys' whole thing with the sound of that band was not to really sound like Venom, but to kind of sound a bit more modern, right? To have that vibe, but a little more modern, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, I think, I think it's one of those things is it was how we sounded, how we played. So we based it on how we are live, and that's how we sounded live. And I thought if we try and retrograde this, if we try and make this a bit more old school, it's not going to be how we actually sound. So we're going to be faking it. And if we try and make it ultra progressive, so we're being really clever with a million fucking guitar licks and it's Master of Puppets, then that's not how we sound either. We're going to sound fake. So all we can do is, how do we sound live? Let's record all the live stuff. Let's listen to how we are, and that's how we should be. We should have that energy, and that's our sound. So I think it wasn't trying to be old school or trying to be progressive or more modernistic. It was just, that's the stuff we liked. If we wrote it and we went, I like that, it went on the album. And I said, that's how it should be. Because that's what it was like in the old days. You know, if they said, right, we want 10 songs on this album, you didn't write 20 and then sit there with your fucking thumb up your ass for a couple of months going, yeah, I like this little bit, I'm going to re-record it and You went in and went, I got 10 songs, and they went, go. And you recorded them and left. And that was the magic of it. And that's what I wanted to capture again, that spontaneity, that actually happening thing. And that's why I was a bit disappointed about Abaddon's drums, because that's part of it. And so we were left with this kind of clinical thing that made it sound more modernistic, rather than pure old school. So, but you live and learn, You're always learning.
Yeah. And you also got a phone call from Danzig, and he had you guys was that you who talked to him? You wanted you basically to do some of the. You guys played with in California with them on the
Yeah,
Blackest of Black tours.
yes. Well, he did. He does a festival in Silverado, and it's near his house, and it's called the Blackest of the Black. And he did it a couple of years in a row. And yeah, he called us. He had Ministry on, and Devil Driver and stuff, and he wanted to put us on. Would we come and do that? So we went and did that, and that was great. He's very generous. Didn't speak to anybody very much, but it was a great enterprise. We really enjoyed it, and then it was only a couple of clicks later that we got called up and said, listen, we're doing the original Misfits in Chicago at the Allstate Arena. Would you guys come and play with us in Power Trip? And it was like, fuck yeah. So we went and did that. But before that, he'd called us to do his whole West Coast tour. So we did 7 dates with him, but it was like 15,000 people a night, 7,000, 8,000 people a night. I mean, people were going nuts. They just loved him. So it was great for us. And we would Power Trip, the boy was still alive then, and we got on really well, and that was such a shame. But but we had a great time on that tour, and Glenn was so generous, and I had another newfound respect for him. I thought he's kind of an Andy Warhol kind of in music,
He
He's
has a
not
weird
conventional.
reputation,
Yeah.
He's either punching you out or, he
Well, I did at the end of the tour. I did take him a care box, and I got it into his room in the last date in Silverado. Where we played obviously by his house again. On the last day of the tour, we had The Damned on there, another favourite of mine, Machine Gun Etiquette. But anyway, I went to his room and took him a care package, which had, T-shirts and all kinds of shit in. But on the top, I'd put a bottle of Jack Daniels, and he went, "Oh, I can't have that." And I was like, "Yeah, of course you can. Let's drink it together." And he went, "No, I get really violent on that. I'll end up punching somebody." I said, "It doesn't matter. You can punch me. I'll punch you back. It doesn't matter." But he was like, "No, no." So, yeah. But he's great. He's a complete maverick. But I realized that, he's kind of a hidden genius. He sees the world in a different way. He sees it as a very creative, and he is a kind of Andy Warhol or a Geiger. He's a Tom Warrior. He's like Tom from Triptychon. From Hellhammer, obviously Celtic Frost. They're next level kind of artists. They don't see the world conventionally like we see it. They see it differently. And then you see that that's it. It's like, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be around because they're just in this world of creativity all the time, which makes them seem odd, but they're not actually. Although the first time I had to go on the bus, it was in Seattle, and he bought us voodoo donuts from the voodoo donut shop
Oh yeah, I know
to
this
welcome
place.
us. Yeah, and they asked me to go on the bus, so I went on, and he came down he came down the alleyway of the bus where the bunks were to greet me, and I just ran up to him and I picked him up in the air, and I was going, "Thank you so much, this is great." We're shaking him up and down, and everybody's going, "Put him down, put him down." And then afterwards I left, and they were going, "He doesn't get touched by anybody," so he didn't know what the fuck was going on. I said, "Oh, I'm a hugger. What can I do? I'm from Newcastle. I'm a hugger." So
That's awesome.
yeah, it was cool.
You guys did that, and you guys did 2018. You guys did this. You guys put a single out. You guys did the 10-inch vinyl, and then so Abaddon plays on. Did he play on that one?
No.
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 Okay, so
well, he did do on Warhead, on the Warhead, because that's live.
The
so
live
that is
one,
him
yeah,
on
it's the
Warhead.
live track.
Yeah, not in the studio, but
you guys played in Japan in 2018, and Abaddon left the band. So we know Jeremiah Kling. I used to actually, we've known him forever. I used to actually book him when he was still at high school.
Oh, okay.
But so Abaddon leaves. How was that for you when he left, and how did you guys hook up with Kling?
Well, basically, we'd done the American tour. I don't think Abaddon was particularly happy. For whatever reason. I think he found the tour quite hard. Not the partying, he liked the drinking and the girls, and he liked all the rock star stuff, but the actual playing he wasn't enjoying. Jeff is quite analytical, so Jeff would not be happy if certain things were fucked up, and Abaddon thought that was fine because it's all part of the live experience. And I was trying to combat the two, to be the middleman, going, yeah, but you've got to get it right, but it's cool too, and trying to keep the balance. But on that tour, Jeremy was our sound man.
That's right.
And
yes.
So he was mixing our sound, and I sensed it was going a bit tits up. So I crept to his bunk one night, and I pushed in Harvey, the album. I said, yeah, Chuck Billy, who was managing us too, I said, Chuck says that you're a drummer. He went, yeah. I went, if I give you this, can you listen to it and tell me if you could play this album in its full entirety? And so he listened to it. The next day he came and said, yeah, I could play that. So I said, okay. So when we got to Chicago, I think it was, I booked a rehearsal space. And we shot off to the rehearsal space and ran through a couple of songs. And then, maybe that was somewhere else, Philadelphia or something. And then we got to Chicago and I sent Jeff and Jeremy to a rehearsal space to go through the rest of the set because Jeremy was recording and taking notes. And when he came back, Jeff went, yeah, he's nailed it, the whole thing. So I was like, great. Okay, so if anything happens and Abaddon doesn't want to do it, we can use Jeremy. So that helps the rest of the tour, so we're okay. So I was a bit more confident then because I thought, oh, Abaddon's going to walk and then what? So anyway, so we had that in the back pocket. When we got back after the tour, Abaddon was being quite strange, wouldn't talk to me. And then he said his then wife, who was very young, was having a baby. They just got married. Now she's having a baby. She was 19 or 20 or something. And he wanted to stay home while she had the baby. He didn't want to do the next American run, and which we'd already booked. So I spoke to John Zazula and Chuck, and I just said, listen, this is the situation. I don't think Abaddon wants to go. He won't be ready till March. What do we do about the tour? And they said, well, just do the tour. And I said, but how? I don't have a drummer. And they went, Jeremy. And I was like, well, yeah, he knew the set. We'll say do the same set. So I called Jeremy and said, Jeremy, if we went out, would you be? He was like, yeah, absolutely. So I thought, okay, well, that's the deal then. If Abaddon can take the time off to have the baby, and then we'll do the tour that we're committed to do. Jeremy will be filling in. Everybody knows he's the sound guy, but he's also just playing drums. He'll fill in for Abaddon. At the end of it, Abaddon will be ready to come back. He never came back. So I said to Jeremy, well, do you want to sit on the stool until he comes back? If he comes back, and he never came back. And Jeremy just stayed on the stool. So that was how that happened.
Okay. And I know 2018 also, Manta suffers the heart attack, has the double bypass in May of 2018.
Yeah.
And that was that like, and I know this is going to bleed over to the last album you guys have done so far in 2022. There's Only Black with the title of that. But how was that like, for you guys? Did that hit you guys pretty hard when that first happened? Because, it's like a reality check for all of us,
I mean, he'd been niggling about their pains and stuff. We'd run across airports, and he's 63 and I'm 61. So, we were running across airports with our stuff, trying to get onto a plane we might miss on a connection and humping gear around and on our hands and knees in clubs, picking up our material and our gear, packing it away. And that takes its toll when you're older. You're not as resilient as you were when you were younger. Hence my training all the time. And hence we try to stay as strong and as fit as we could. Mentally we are, but physically it takes its toll. Even putting your socks on takes a little bit more effort the older you get than when you were younger. So doing so many dates with no day offs, which is what we normally do, fortunately, touch wood, my voice doesn't need it. So we would hit a good run and then go home and recover. But he'd been niggling about some pains. And then we were prepping for that, and then his missus called me up and said, Jeff's in hospital. He just had a heart attack and died. I was like, fuck, he's dead. She was like, no, he's alive. They got him back, but he's in hospital now. She was panicking, so I phoned up the airport or went online, booked my flight ticket, and the next day I was there, drove her to the hospital, and then I saw him and stayed with him for the week, and then came back once he was like, getting better, but he was just shocked that this is it, it's over, it happens like that. And fortunately he recovered physically, but mentally he's still stuck in the fact that he died. And then we did some more things. 11 weeks later we played Alcatraz, we did Bloodstock, we did Finland, and we were on a roll. We did some more touring, we did more festivals, and it seemed okay. And then last year, we were rolling up to, and of course the album There's Only Black we did, which the title was different. It was on about the 9 circles of hell and blah blah blah, infinitum and all of that kind of stuff, and 9. And then he sent me a track which he said I've wrote the lyrics for, It's all finished, and I listened to it. I said, "It's great." I said, "What is the lyrical theme?" And he said, "Well, it's about me dying, because when I died, I didn't see anything. I just fucking saw black. There was nothing, no lights, nothing. There was only black." And when he said that, a shiver went down my spine. I went, "That is everything. That says everything," because it's the question of life. If you turn out all the lights, what have we got? Nothing. We can't see, and what's in a black hole? We don't know until you go into it. What's afterlife, death? No idea. We'll all experience different things, but we won't be able to tell each other when it happens. So it's like the biggest question of all. When they were discovering America, what's at the other side of the Pacific Range? Well, someone could go over the Pacific Range, find out, and come back and tell you. But if you go to the end of the universe, you haven't got time to come all the way back and tell anybody what's at the end of the universe. So the only person who knows is you. So it's about self-experience. And I thought that's perfect for the album. There's only black. If you turn all the lights up, there's only black. When death comes, there's only black for you. Maybe for someone else, they say something. So that was the analogy of that. And that went out, great reviews. We did the singles. We were putting the songs in the set. We were due to do a European tour, but we did an American one instead. Then we had some festivals coming up. At the end of the first half of the American tour, and the last season that he did, his wife got sick with possibly a cancer. So he said, I can't leave her by herself. He lives in Portugal, and they live in a very secluded part. So I said, well, of course, you have to stay there. I have to do the second half of the tour. So I got Mike Hickey, who was the second guitarist on Calm Before the Storm and did the Hell album Metal Black, sorry, with Kronos. So I asked him in Boston, would you be free? He said yes. So he joined me and Jeremy, and we did the second part of the American tour. And then that was it until we had a Belgium festival coming up and then a couple of other festivals. And so Jeff at that point had said he was starting to train, learning the songs again, felt pretty good, was getting ready for Belgium. And he would do the festival, maybe not a tour, but he would do the festivals. Fantastic. Okay, let's do that then. And I was supposed to talk to him on the Tuesday. And by the Thursday, I hadn't heard from him and I couldn't contact him. And on the Saturday, he sent me a message saying, can you call me in an hour, or I'll call you in an hour? And I said, sure. And he called me and said, I'm so sorry. I said, fucking hell, where'd you go? And he said, I'm in hospital. And I was like, no. Of course, I thought of his wife straight away. I said, what's happened? She went into remission. And he went, no, it's me. I said, what have you done? Because he did try and cut a limb off an orange tree once when he was standing on the limb of the tree and fell all the way down to the ground. So I thought he's done something really fucking stupid. And he went, I took another heart attack. And that was it. I thought, okay. So now he's just been in recuperation. But again, physically, you can be fixed from something. But mentally, how do you deal with that? The finiteness of life, And like I said to people, as a brother, which he is my brother, is that if you lose your dog or your cat or your house or your daughter or your son or your mom or your pop or your uncle or your favorite boss or your favorite teacher, or your house burns down or your car blows up, or you lose something that you feel is precious, somebody else has had the same thing happen or something similar. So you can talk to them and they can sympathize and they can say, this is what I did and I know it's hard. You can talk to them. But when somebody has died and they come back, unless you died and come back, what can you possibly say to make them feel good? What can you possibly say to comfort? And there I was confronted with, when it happened the first time, was saying, but it isn't going to happen again. It's happened and now you're fixed. And then it happens again. And it's like, right. So he's not going to listen to me going, you'll be okay. Because he's going, that's what you said the first time, you couldn't. And look at me. So I'm like, oh, shit. So all I can do, fly the flag, of course. It's about the fans and the music. But as far as Mantas goes and Jeff is I have to give him his time when he's ready. And I said, listen, I'm going to drive the bus. There is no bus stop. As soon as you put your hand up, the bus is going to stop right beside you. So when you're ready, you take the journey. But I won't pressure you. Don't stress about it. Just you get well, you feel strong, and then when you're ready, we're ready. We all love you, and we're waiting for you. So
That's
You just
awesome,
take
though.
your time, and that's as much as you can do, really.
Yeah, no, I mean that's that's brothers. That's what you guys been through a lot, and that's how it
Yeah,
goes. Like I said, you guys going back to halfway through the interview, you guys were jamming together back in youth. So I
forever.
mean,
Yeah,
yeah, it's all
it's
goes
forever.
together.
Yeah.
So now, and we also talked about Mark Johnson. You joined in the band now. You're the drummer who you played with before.
Yeah.
So Kling, I know there was the whole thing with the Slipknot thing going on, that whole rumor, which was
Oh
crazy,
yeah,
and now
that
he's
was
with
funny.
Overkill.
Yes.
But with Kling, when he first joined you guys, I felt like at that time period, like he brought that bit of youth to the band, like there was a
Yeah.
different
Oh
thing
yeah.
going on.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
he's a powerful drummer. I really loved his approach. I loved his style. I like how he played. He was completely analytical. He would go off a click. He would try and play it, the way it felt, like it should feel, And he never tried to overcast on anything. He played right up to all the stuff, and he was real, 100% real, and I absolutely loved it. And like I say, it was kind of by default originally, but it worked, and like you say, it drove me and Jeff to be better. It gave us energy as old guys. That was like, fuck yeah, this input was just energetic, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But I don't think he was a fan of me on a personal level, and
and logistics had hurt a little bit too. I mean,
well, the logistics were not really that. He had a problem with, it's very expensive to come from Tampa to Europe to play shows, unless you're on a tour. And so it was costing a lot of money to get in and out. And we had to make it fair by parity. He wasn't on a particular pay scale thing. It was just a division of what we got. And it was a long time. You're spending like 26 hours flying fucking half around America just to get to Frankfurt to save money to play for 5 hours to get back on a plane and go back home for 2 days. It just was like, that's a lot to do. And he was just discontent with the financial side of it. Sometimes, not all times. It was very good for him at some times and not so good at other times. But we all had to wear that. Many times I didn't pay myself in order to make sure that they got paid because it cost so much to get us wherever we were. But it was worth it. It was part of the promotion. But we were supposed to play Monterey. He was going to do sound for Dayside, and it was 2 days before we played, and there was an argument between him and the agent about paying for his flights. So I said, we'll pay you. They pay you there. You do the job for them, and we pay you home because you've done the job with us. And I thought that was fair, but he didn't want to wear that, and we got into a little debate about that. And he didn't agree. Started to become a bit offensive, and I'm not dealing with that shit anymore. And I just said, no, that's it. Okay, off you go. I'm not even going to argue about it. Off you go. That's it. I don't want to. I'm just not doing that anymore. Not at my age. Not after what I've been through. And my focus is the band, not an individual and the fans. So if you're not happy, go be happy somewhere. And now, of course, he did the Dayside album, produced it, and went out with Dayside doing sound. So they did the whole festival season. He got his best friend in the band, Teets, so he's
yeah,
playing there. So he's
Taylor.
happy. Yeah, so he's nice and happy. Um,
And
uh,
you're happy too now, right? Because I talked to you the
yes,
other day. We were talking about your new lineup. So go ahead and you
it's
can talk.
great. Yeah, I mean it's great, and I just think we're all in better places. Jackson has come back, and Jackson's next level. He always was, and he was my favorite pick for if Abaddon went, but the label didn't want that, so they were saying no, don't bring Jackson in, otherwise it's just Empire of Evil. I said, but it's not. But they were convinced, so I had to go a different route. But yeah, like I say, Jeremy's now depping for Overkill. He'll do the same for Dayside because Steve's having problems with his hands now, so that'll happen as well. So he's going to be all right. He's going to be all right. He's an opportunist. He's a person who has driven. He does all of his bands, all of his recordings. So he's not. You're not going to have to worry about Jeremy. He'll always be working.
He's always been driven. Like I said, I've known
Yeah,
him since he was, back in the day.
yeah.
I'm talking 2000. He's always been driven. So yeah,
Mm.
I always like that. And
So he's
you know,
fine.
yeah,
And when it's the other thing I learned. We're not around long enough to have any arguments for no reason, and we're not here long enough to be unhappy. If you're unhappy, go do what you want to do. Be
Well,
happy.
especially at this age, me and Ed always talk
Yes.
about. We were talking about this before you came on tonight. You sign on to Facebook or you sign on to anything, and next thing you know, your buddy's gone or this guy's
Yes.
gone, and it's just
Exactly.
it's before you
Yeah,
know it,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you know. And what do you guys have coming up? So, like, are you guys working on new material, or what's going on in the Venom INC camp
Well,
right now?
when we did There's Only Black, we wrote 24 songs, 12 of which we used on the album and 12 of which we retained. But I've been writing since then, you know, so just kept writing. I just got into the groove. But now we have Curran Murphy, who was in 72 Legions. Obviously, he was in Nevermore and I later. But he was on the second part of the tour with me and Mike Hickey and Jeremy, and I watched him every night thinking, that guy, there's something about that guy. And he had learned a couple of Venom songs in case Jeff couldn't turn up, in case I couldn't get anybody, he was willing to step in. But he was a different kind of guitarist. So anyway, I said I had this thing at Hammersonic in Jakarta. Would he like to come and play? Because Jeff can't do it. And if he said no, I wasn't going to do it because my Kiki was on a DUI or something. So I was like, oh, fuck. So he said yes. We came and played it. 18,000 people went nuts. It worked. I thought, wow, that's really amazing. So then we went to Latin America with Possessed. We did several shows with Possessed, fucking off the map. They went down, they were amazing. We were on fire. So then I took it into Europe. We did Poland and Rock. We did Rockstadt in Romania. And then we did France, Monteculo. Every show was burning up. I mean, 500,000 people at Poland and Rock, and we tore the place down. It was like, this works. So that's the shape of the table at the minute. Hopefully, like I say, Jeff will recuperate and he'll be with us again. But we got a show in Newcastle, like our first homegrown show, which is in November, called Back at Grave, where we're headlining with Goto and I Hate God. And then we have the American tour, which is January, February. We've got 30 dates or so. We come to Florida, of course. I'm
I
going
think
to see
you're
you
in
guys.
Tampa on February 2nd, I think it
Yes,
is.
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to that. And of course, you know, it's America, so it's like gigantic. So everywhere we're not playing, everybody's complaining we're not playing. Oh, you fucking forgot about Phoenix. What about fucking Seattle? So I was like, mate, we got 30 days with no days off. I said, do you know how big it is? I said, but I'm trying everything I can. Anyway, I've talked to the agent, so we've classed this will be part one. And in part two, we'll hit Salt Lake City, Portland, Seattle, Phoenix, all the places we haven't hit on this one, and then go into Canada and complete the thing there. So they'll be in two halves. So this is the first half, which I'm just so excited. It's going to be a month, but it's just show. The energy level is crazy, and the response has been amazing. I'm totally overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed by how the band feels. I'm overwhelmed by how it sounds, and I'm overwhelmed by the response. And you know, I pitched to the fans because that's the other thing. I pitched to the fans and just said, listen, if we're in front of you and there's a song that you always wanted to hear, tell me what the song is, and if I can put it in, I'll put it in. And so the first one was a girl who said, I never thought I'd ever hear Megalomania live, and she's from somewhere north. And I said, it's in the set. And she's like, no way. I said, it is now. So, you know, I just think that's what it's about. It's about sharing. It's about sharing it. You know, it's like coming off on stage in Washington, upstate Washington, right on the border with Canada. And there was this guy, and it was a small kind of club. I had to squeeze past some people to get on and off stage. There was this guy, must have been 6 foot, looked like a lumberjack, had the biggest white beard, looked like a cross between fucking Grizzly Adams and Santa
And
Claus.
Santa.
Yeah. And he was crying. And I bumped into him and I could see he was crying. And then I thought, oh, fucking hell, big guy in there is crying. Fucking knows what happened to him. So I went back in to get more of my stuff, came back out again, and he's still crying. So I stopped and I went, hey, buddy, are you okay? And he went, fuck you. And I went, all right, okay, don't lose your beard. I said, I thought you were crying. He went, I am crying. I went, oh, what the fuck are you giving me lip for? What have I done? Did I hit you? And he went, no. You know, the first time I ever heard Live Like an Angel, I was 16. When you played it tonight, you made me feel like I was 16 again and started crying again.
That's
I
awesome.
thought,
It's
oh man,
priceless.
amazing. I said, that's what we want. That's what we want. We want to make you feel you're still that person inside. Instead of forgetting who we are, that's who we are. We're still inside. Yeah, we grew up. Yeah, we pay our bills. Yeah, we do all our shit. But we still have that person who just loved the music inside us. And that's what I want to tap into. So that's why I'm so excited about this tour, to get to do that and meet everybody and make them feel as excited as I do when I play.
That's awesome, Tony. That's awesome. And Atomkraft, anything? I know you were doing. You had a bunch of shit written, a whole album, I think. And then when
My
Lemmy
God,
died, you
yeah.
kind of decided to redo.
It's like an ongoing thing, because I go like, right, okay, I'm going to do it like this, and then I do it, and then someone says something, and I think, oh shit, maybe I should rethink it, and then I do it. But I think I kind of like I've got so much material now, and it's like how to record it, when do I record it, how do I put it about, and I keep getting offering shows, and I go, oh yeah, well when we're not touring, I'll do some Atomkraft stuff. And we're just constantly doing stuff, so I never get to it. But I've got it in the bag. I think I've got the people now, and I've talking to a couple of producers that I want to, spend time with. So I want to kind of book a few months and just focus on that. And then if all I do is get to record it and put it out, I'll be happy. Seeing that, can I just say that the first thing I ever did was I bought a white dust cover for my 12-inch. It was just a white dust cover, and I went home and I drew a cover, and I drew the skull that ended up being the Future Warrior skull. And it was 1978, and I put it in my record collection. And then every morning I got up and pretended I didn't know it was there. Went, oh, I might play an album. Oh, that one's mine. And that was my ambition, to make one album. And I used
You
to
still
say
have that cover?
yeah, and no, it's long gone. I did have it for a while, but I still have it. It's just cut up now. For some reason, I cut the fuck out of it, but I still have the bits and pieces. But I used to say it to people, if I make one album, that's all I want to do with my life. If I just make one album, I can die happy. And so to be this point in the journey where I've surpassed what I intended to do, it's the same thing with acting. I said, if I just want to make a movie, if I can make one movie. So when people say, yeah, but how does it feel because you're not successful or you weren't successful? I said, but I was. And they're going, yeah, but you weren't like Tom Cruise or Harrison Ford. I said, but I didn't want to be Tom Cruise or Harrison Ford. I only wanted to make one movie, and I made more than one. I only need
You're
to
hanging
make
out with
one
Sylvester
album.
Stallone.
Yeah, I didn't say I want to have a house in Malibu and more money than I can look at and all the guitars in the world. I just wanted to make one album, and I've made many more. So when people ask about success, I gave myself a small target and I've made it. So whatever happens after that is a bonus. It's a bonus. So
That's
set
awesome.
your goals so that they're reachable, and then when you reach it, maybe set another one that's reachable and keep driving yourself. But don't, if you're if you're 16 and your goal is I want to be a millionaire and king of Russia, well, you're going to be a bit let down at some point, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially these days.
Well, especially, yes.
These days, and Tony, the last question for you. We're going to let you. You've hung out with us. It's been a total honor to have you on the
That was
show
really
tonight.
brilliant, brilliant. And he stayed the course for the whole storm.
And Ed's still with us. We're going to talk to him in a second before it gets
It's
blown
crazy,
away.
isn't it?
The lights flashed.
Dude,
we had
it's flickering. I'm looking out the window every few
I
minutes,
know,
dude. I just saw a blob that absolutely looks terrifying.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, but Tony, how would you, and the thing I've always gotten from you is you kind of have this awesome, which actually we're going to end the show tonight with the song 9, which the lyrics kind of take me to this.
Brilliant.
You kind of have this don't give a fuck attitude. Like you
Yeah.
kind of have like live life. And even back in the day to when I talked to you in the back of the Orpheum Club when you guys played with us there,
Yeah.
like you have this attitude, which is awesome. How do you want to be remembered?
I think that's it. I think, if I think if there's not a personal tribute, because it doesn't need to be, I think I'd like to be remembered like I remembered Lemmy, that he's inside, he's part of me, because what he did for me and the way he made me feel when I heard him play or watched him and I heard his music and it made me feel, that's what I want. If someone is inspired to do something with their life that they always wanted to do, or it helps them to achieve their goal, and inside it's because something I said or something I did or something they observed or heard, or then that's my legacy. That's my legacy. The music is inspirational. The music is the people's music. So you can say, well, he's not Kronos and he's not Abaddon and he's not the Mary Poppins and he's not fucking, and who cares? How do you feel? How do you feel? If it's real, you feel it. And that's what it should be about. And Give yourself up to that. Don't worry about the characters. How does it make you feel? You know, there's 10 people could play Superman, but which is the Superman you like the best? Because there was something about that you loved. So that's it. And it doesn't mean the other ones are bad. It doesn't mean the people who like the other ones are wrong. But don't stick yourself in that box. Let yourself breathe. Let yourself out a bit, and there is no rule. And if I want to go and see this version of that band and listen to that song and it just makes me piss and shit my pants at the same time while I'm dribbling happiness, then let it happen, you know. Don't be ashamed of it. It's fine. Let yourself go. And that's my legacy, to give that to people. If someone comes up and goes, that was the best to sing and that was amazing and it really made me, then that's it. That's all it is. It's about, you know, being good. It's easy to be a dick, it's easy to be horrible to people, but it's just as easy to be good, and it takes much less pain and stress. You know, it's much nicer. So I think that's it. You know, we played a show, I swear to God, we played a show in with Onslaught, with Empire of Evil, and we got to this little club. The promoter didn't like us for whatever reason, wasn't interested. There was not many people in this place, up in Scandinavia somewhere, and I remember going on. The stage was tiny. There was one young guy came and stood right in front of me, and there wasn't many other people in there. We played the show. We were only support. We played the show. We went off, and that kid came to me afterwards and shook my hand and said, "Man, that was the best show I've ever seen in my whole life." And now he didn't care who was behind him or what it was decorated like or how big or small the club was. He just got dragged into the music. That's the beauty of the whole thing. You know, he didn't, you know, a reviewer might go, yeah, there wasn't a big turnout, it was on a Tuesday night. This kid didn't give two fucks. This kid was just like, that just blew my mind. It was everything I wanted. That's what you're looking for.
And what you were saying, we always talk about this, me and Ed, you know, and especially I've been doing, you know, I'm in my 40s now, later 40s, and I've been doing magazines, I've been doing this podcast for a while, and you meet a lot of guys. And even before I did any of this stuff, or before I was in bands, me and Ed have played in bands forever together.
Yeah.
You always remember who's cool to you, and you always remember who's a dick, and you never forget it. And
Yeah.
You go by. I mean, I know personally, like I've dealt with people back. I wouldn't mention their names back in the day, like years
Yeah.
ago. And I looked up to them as a kid, and then when I met them, they were kind of douchey, and
Yeah.
I never forget. And even when I listen to the record now, there's a little bit
I
of a
know,
different
yeah,
feel to it.
that's the hardest thing.
Don't
Is the
meet your
hardest thing is,
heroes.
Yeah.
yeah, just don't meet him, yeah, because then you got to listen to their music going, oh my God, you
This
know.
guy. But I
Yeah.
will tell you, I met Lemmy at the Rain. I met Lemmy 4 times
Okay.
probably, but I met him at the Rainbow Bar, and he was cool as shit,
Yeah.
and he was exactly like I had pictured him being.
Yeah.
And now when I listen to Motorhead, I'll always remember that. So like you said,
Yeah.
you never forget this. And for anybody who's listening, whoever, if you ever get stardom, it's very true. Like the way you treat people is always remembered.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I mean,
And you know, when you're climbing, just remember you're going to meet the same people when you're sliding back down.
yeah.
So,
I mean,
you know, it's easy to be good. And there's a case with Lemmy, you know, he wasn't always the easiest person to be working with him, you know, but, you know, I seen him at the Rainbow many times as well. And it was a case of like, it didn't matter what he was doing. If someone came up and said, Lemmy, someone wants to take a picture, he'd just go, yep, hey, how are you doing? You know, he had time.
Yeah.
He had time. There was none of this like, maybe after sound check, I don't want to be bothered. Oh, I'm tired. It's like, oh, well, God. So, you know, I've seen occasions where fans have driven 19 hours with one poster or one record, and
they've been waiting to get signed their whole life.
and they flip them off and don't
Yep.
sign it because they want to sit in a hotel room staring at fucking Oprah Winfrey while they're waiting to go to sound check. It's like, are you
Ronnie
fucking
James
kidding me?
Ronnie James Dio learned how to be with his, because Ronnie James Dio was great with his fans,
Yeah.
and he learned that from watching Richie Blackmore.
Yes,
treat
exactly.
his fans like shit. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, and that's how he learned. I've heard him say it. He's like,
Yeah.
I watched how he treated people, and I said, I don't want to do this. And I think
don't want to do.
that should be the bookmark for everybody, because life is short, and you never know what someone's dealt with that day, or you never know what's going on in someone's life.
And for you, it's like I said this before in the past. For you, it's like one of a million moments. But for that person, might be the only opportunity they've ever had to get you, they've ever got to get you sign this or take a picture with you or just say hello, and you haven't got that time. What, like 5 minutes? You haven't got 5 minutes to give this person. You don't know the effect you're going to have. It's like, that's insane. Of course you do. And one of the last things that I managed to get to talk to Lemmy, which was very difficult because, I'm not a legger, and I just feel uncomfortable in those situations where I thought, what if he goes and I never get to say anything? And so, I said, what would you tell me would be your advice? And he said, always be true, always be real, and respect your fans.
There you go.
Gosh, that's it. There's no more to it.
Yeah. No, I mean,
that's it.
And Tony, you were great tonight, man. I mean,
well, you guys were very patient.
And Ed is still here.
Ed is, because when I go on tour, Ed, I always get a tattoo. I'm gonna get your name tattooed on my middle of my chest.
Hurricane
Tampa, man.
You're my hero.
I will see you in Tampa. I think you can bank on it.
Yeah, baby.
Man. And Tony, if you ever need anything from us, like I said, we appreciate you coming on the show. I contacted you. You're like, hey, I'll come on, no problem.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. And it was really great. I didn't realize you were going to go back from when you were born. Your mum said, I was like, oh my God.
Stu does his homework.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I was like, you would come to us, Tom. I was like, I'm very impressed. That's very impressive.
You know what it is? We try to make our show is like if a kid listens to it 5 years from now, it's still relevant. Yeah. Like they can. It's like a doc. Like because I'm into documentaries.
Notes. We always said like liner notes. It's liner notes in a record. That's how you learned about the persons and the people and the band. And if it weren't for that, because there was no internet when we were growing up.
Yeah.
So that was how either that or the metal magazines or the rock magazines. That's how you found out who these people were. Now I can find out who you are in 2 seconds, and sometimes it's not flattering.
Tape trading, which we didn't even talk about.
Tape
trading, which Tony was a big time. We didn't even talk about that with him. He started, tape trading was a huge thing back then.
That's it. Yeah,
that's
how I found. That's how I found Pete Steele, Carnivore, fucking Destruction. Everybody. Through that kind of stuff. Metallica. It's amazing.
I think people forget because we're older. I'm 53, so I wouldn't change my history of when I grew up because when you said Carnivore, that's how I know Pete Steele. Now the younger people know Typo Negative, which is great. But I knew him as Carnivore.
Yeah.
So, and bands like that, like Danzig, or people don't know Henry Rollins was in Black Flag.
No,
like,
exactly.
There's people and there's people who don't know, like, I just saw Metallica's got Suicidal Tendencies opening.
Yes,
one of the nights. And it's like, but most people don't know who Mike Muir is.
No, exactly.
They don't know he wanted a Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? That's all he wanted. You know what I'm saying? So it's like these are the things that we grew up with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ice-T was a rapper. Now he's in Body Count. So like people don't know the things we grew up with, the struggles we had sending tapes out or trying to be a band. I mean, I played in a lot of bands like that wound up being bands, and it seems like I'm like you with the Chronos thing. I have the same problem. I played in Massacre, so what I was up against, and they hated me because I wasn't that guy. And now I'm Monstrosity. I'm not George. So some people or Mike or Jason or whoever, it's either they like it or they don't.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, with all of those cases, it's like I say, I'll go out and there'll be some guy from 1982 who bought black metal and going, well, fucking hell, you're not him and blah 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 blah. It's like and then there's some kid from 1999 who the first album they heard was Temples of Ice or something. So for them, the rest of it doesn't work, that works. And it's like, the generationally, they're always coming through. You are their man. And the rest are not, and people don't see that. And like you say, back in the day, we wouldn't know because the only people coming to the show would be those people who you're the man. We didn't see it. But now internet, 2 minutes on the internet, and you got everybody's grandmother hiding in a cupboard going, you toss something because you didn't have that up your arse and you're not. It's like, oh my God.
Well, you mentioned Clive Archer earlier too. I mean, people don't. He was the original. I mean, Cronus was playing bass at that time.
Yeah. And Cronus was a rhythm guitarist, wasn't even a bassist. He was a rhythm
guitar. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, he was just
that
was early
for
demos.
me, as a fan of the music, my first, and I've said this on the podcast, when I was 13, Sam Goody in New Jersey, my mom sent me into Sam Goody with $20, and I came out with Hell Awaits on a cassette and Black Metal on record. And I remember her looking at the album with that you know what was on that record, and she was like, "Fuck." You know, because she knew I was going downhill quick. But you know what? When you got in the band, I didn't listen to it and go, "Oh my God, this guy," it was good music. And even when Venom Inc., because I did the cruise with Venom, with Kronos, and the other two guys. And it was great. They were great. Yeah. But then we played with you at the Orpheum.
Yeah.
And it was killer. Yeah. So it doesn't matter, because guess what? We get 2 Venoms.
Yes. That's what I said.
And Venom's a big family tree too. It's like a lot of different aspects to it.
It's a family. It's all interconnected. You know, and most people don't know that Clive is the voice on the first demos. When you listen to Raise the Dead, Angel Dust, that's Clive. That's not Conrad. Right. But it sounds like Conrad, because Conrad was like, well, you know, so he adopted that style. And like I said, you know, who doesn't want to, if you went into a candy store and they said you can have one piece of chocolate or you can have as much chocolate as you want, who the fuck's going to go, no, I'll just need one piece? You're going to go, yep, I'm just loading my bag up. It's Halloween.
People should just be happy that it's still out there and they get the option to hear 2 versions.
Yes. And you know, if you like it, you like it. Let yourself like it.
Don't listen to it.
Honestly, it's kind of like Slayer and Kerry King. He's doing his new bands and he's playing Slayer songs and Mark's singing them and they sound like Tom. And it's great. But then Slayer just came back and now you get to see Slayer. So you get
completely. It's a win-win. It's a win-win.
I think some people go on the internet and they just have to hate. Yes. And that's the problem.
Yeah. It's not based on anything. It's not based on anything real. It's just based on, if everybody goes, I saw that last night, that's fucking killer, you can guarantee someone's going to go, it sucks shit. It's crap.
Oh, yeah. Especially that guy on the internet who's leaving those comments.
Yeah, because why?
Well, look at Ripper. When Halford, Ripper got torn to pieces, but then all of a sudden, people got it because he sounded like Ripper doing Halford, but it was killer. So it doesn't matter. Either you're going to get people who like you or they don't.
When you look at that, you got Ripper now with KK out there doing all that stuff, and everybody's lapping it up. It's like, all right, so
you get 2 of them.
Yes.
You get both.
So was it bad before? Is it good now? What is it? It's like, oh my God.
Right.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I just think every bit of the pie is important. Every bit of the pie is important. I don't eat the crust because I don't like the crust. I just like the bit in the middle, the soft bit. Right. But somebody out there is going, leave the crust for me because I love the crust.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's something for everybody.
Here's a question for you, Tony. Does Kiss come back? Or are they done? I think they're done.
Well,
you never know.
Avatars.
Yes, I mean, that's the next thing. That's what Gene would go. You know, I did the Freddie Mercury, when we did the anniversary shows for Freddie, we did the first kind of 3D Freddie appeared on the show. And I thought, I don't know, and they're talking about Dio doing it. But if you go and see the ABBA show, I did some production stuff on it. Unbelievable. And that's
ABBA put a lot of money into that, didn't they? Don't they have their own venue for it and shit?
Yeah, and it's mind-blowing. It's fucking mind-blowing. And I'm like, oh my God. So when they were going, Dio, and I was going, well, yeah, if you're a Dio fan and he's passed, then maybe I can see. But if you're a 17-year-old who's banging to Dio and would never get a chance to see him and can go and watch something like that, maybe that's okay. You know, maybe it's okay. I don't know.
If it works for you, just who cares what your opinion is? Let everybody have their own thing.
If they want to do it, let them do it, and whoever likes it,
it's no money out of your pocket, especially if you didn't buy a ticket.
Totally. And it's like, man, if you don't like chocolate ice cream, I'm not going to sit on your chest and force you to eat it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Just say no. But there you go.
Well, I'll tell you, we're going to let you go now in a second, Tony, because we know we've capped you. We're going to let you. And next time you come on for the next Venom Inc. record, we won't keep you for 4 hours, I promise.
That's all right. That's all right. I loved it. I
was just talking to somebody today, it's guy Chicago Joe that we know, and he was just talking about, he bought Metallica tickets for Tampa. So they were charging, I think he paid $400 for one ticket for 2 days.
What?
But they paid, and this is for each ticket. It was $97 service charge for each ticket. So
No
if you bought
way.
4 tickets, you were getting plugged for $97
So
for each fucking ticket.
they're playing Tampa Stadium.
Yep.
I put 3 tickets in my cart because my wife was going to go one day and my sons were going to go because my wife didn't want to see the Suicidal Pantera.
Oh, okay.
She wanted to see Limp Bizkit and the other one.
Right.
For 3 tickets, they were basically $140 a ticket plus $47 service charge per ticket plus $19 other in fees. They wound up being at $200 a ticket.
Fucking hell.
Insane.
Yeah, to see
For
Metallica.
one day,
so basically,
right?
it's $100 a day, but this is nosebleed. So where he paid, what he bought was probably down closer.
Yeah, he paid
The
$97
more the ticket, the more the fees.
Charge. That's crazy.
But
We
why
gotta stop this madness.
What I don't understand is what is the fee for? What's that going to the ticket
for
company
nothing?
for?
They don't even give you a ticket anymore.
Yeah.
And here's the sad part.
Yeah.
That doesn't even, like at Raymond James, when you get there, they're going to clip you for $20 or $30 for parking.
No way.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I had to just tell you guys that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's terrible. That's why when I put I had the credit card and I put the credit card down. I said, as much as I'd like to see Metallica, first of all, it's not Metallica anymore. James singing is not Metallica. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I saw Pantera when they played here. Limp Bizkit just played here a month ago. I missed it, but I saw it. I saw the on YouTube. I'm not going to pay $100 to see Suicidal Tendencies. I'm not. I'm just. It's just not worth it. So to me,
you can see him on a club show.
This is not how you do to your fans.
No.
But it's happening.
Most of your fans can't afford to probably go to that. That's the sad thing about it.
I just saw this morning or this afternoon about the Iron Maiden ones for $400. $400 a ticket.
Yeah,
I mean, 400. What?
That's
400.
insane.
I mean,
here's the other sad part: is people are buying up the tickets on these pre-sales because right now this is a pre-sale. They haven't even put the tickets up for sale yet, so people are grabbing them and then they're going to sell them on StubHub or whatever.
Yeah, when nobody can get tickets. Fuck.
Yeah. It's just a racket. And what happens is, like, the last time I saw Metallica here, I bought the tickets the week before, and the tickets cost me $70, no fees, because it was on StubHub, and I was right up front, right, like 10 seats from the stage, because it was a couple days before. People were worrying they weren't going to sell the tickets, so they'll sell them for nothing. But that's why I'll wait. I'll buy the tickets a couple days before.
The thing is, they were talking about ticketing and of course all these problems with ticketing and Live Nation, and I just said Ticketmaster and stuff and all those fees, and I said, right, okay, so if you're like a kind of us or something or a lower level band, I guess they're going to charge fees and you don't have control over that. But if you're like a kind of Metallica or Taylor Swift and you're with a Live Nation, you're one of their corral, then why don't you buy up the floor of tickets, you buy them, and then you sell them directly to fans for like $10.
Yeah. Or what Billy Joel does is he actually takes the guy all the way up. He buys out the first row, and then brings someone from all the way back.
Yes, he does. So
That's amazing.
I mean, come on, that's got to be easy to do. How is that?
Sepultura's playing here, and when I went on, they wanted $60-something for a ticket to see Sepultura, Obituary, and Agnostic Front. I went on StubHub, and it was $42, no fees. So what do you think I'm going to buy my ticket?
Well, exactly.
I mean,
come on.
So you just have, but you have to be smart because most people.
And I wouldn't, but I would, even if the ticket price was that, but you went in there and the merchandise was going to be cheap. But it's not. The merchandise is more expensive.
Now you pay $40 a T-shirt. I mean, that's pretty much. It's not even the band's fault. They got I mean, it's just it's the world we live in. But
it's like they've literally added meet and greet things with the company, and I said, okay, well, it needs to be a good price, and I need to be able to give people this and something special. But the first time I was totally against it all. The first time they came to me and said you could do, Chuck and John said about doing a meet and greet. I said I can't do a meet and greet, and they went, why not? I said, because what's going to happen in a meet and greet? Someone's going to come in, talk to me. I'm going to take a photo with them and give them a pic and some stuff. and then, talk to them. I said, and then after they paid for that, I'm going to go outside the venue to have a cigarette and do the same thing as someone who's just standing in the fucking queue.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't.
It's the Wild West we live in now. It's those crazy times.
It's nuts, yeah. And then you get bands cancelling, going, well, we can't afford it, or we didn't get our visas. The visa process is 6.5 months. So you can, if you do it early. If you do it later, it's going to cost you more money. So don't blame the immigration when you didn't get your shit together. And the same thing with the costs. The budget your costs. Budget your cost. Drive yourself. Don't have the 5-star hotel.
Yeah.
Stay on your bus. Don't expect the venue to pick up things. Pay for that. Don't overcharge fans for stuff. For because they're not talking about the money it costs to do it. They're talking about how much money they make on top.
Right.
So it's like, I know it's capitalist, but it's like, if I do a tour and I break even, it didn't cost me anything. I did all the shows. I met everybody, and I didn't spend any money, but I didn't make any money. Well, that's still a profit. I think that's a profit. If I lose money, now I'm stuck. Now I'm fucked. I've got to try and do something. But, if you make $1, that's a profit. $100, great. Anything above that, fantastic. But that's not what you go out to do. You don't need to go, we need to raise all the ticket prices, all the meet and greet prices, all the merch prices, so I can actually go back with a couple of $1,000. It's like, no, you need to sell that to the fans. Bearing in mind that a fan may have worked all week, may have saved his ticket all month, or her ticket, to come and see you. They turn up with like $200 and they want to get as much as they can for that. And you're just trying to get their $200 with one shirt and one meet and greet. I said, I'd rather they went across with everything. That's the target. So if they got $200, do a deal. Go, right, you can have one of everything. What do you want?
So we put Tony in charge. Tony's going to take over the stuff. I'm telling you.
Yeah. We'd all be broke, but we'd all be very happy.
Tony for president. Yeah, when it's much crazier options. But Tony, man, we appreciate everything for you coming on here and hanging out with us, man. Whenever you got a new record coming on, we would love to have you on again. I can't thank you enough, dude. And
well, for me, it was a great pleasure. Thank you so much. I know it was a long time, but we did. Hey,
man, we kind of knew.
I need it.
Ed's still here. The house is not blown down. Tony made it through the whole episode.
Exactly. It's all good.
And we have.
I shall see you all in Florida very soon.
There you go. And we have. What do we have, Ed, this week? And Tony, we're gonna actually end the show by playing a song from you, Venom Inc. And we'll say goodbye to you when we hang up here. But everybody else, we thank you for listening to the Tampa Morgue. We have Udo coming on next week on Monday.
Bush.
So we have him coming on, which that show will probably get posted on Thursday.
Cool.
And anybody who listens, Ed, tell them the spiel.
Spotify, Apple, anywhere podcast, TheTampaMorgue@gmail.com for all your hate mail and love mail for Tony. Not this Tony Dolan. And and Instagram, the Tampa Morgue.
And YouTube. This episode will be broken into 2 episodes on YouTube because it's going to be so long. They only let us put 2 hours at a time.
Suck.
So
sorry about that.
Yeah, no. Hey, man, we had King Fally on. King Fally was a 4-hour episode too.
So it was 5.
Yeah,
5.
Oh, was it 5? Yeah, it was 5. King might still be here right now. I don't know. He may still be here. But Tony, again, man, anything on your way out? Any people can find anything Venom related?
Just to say, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You guys are amazing, and this was a great chat, and it was good to be able to talk about some stuff freely and honestly, and answer every question. I hope you all guys are going to be there. The tour is going to kick off in January. Loads of dates. We got 3, I think, in Florida. So see you wherever you can get to, and
I will
look forward to it. Mayhem. It's going to be mayhem, but good mayhem.
And we'll promote all those dates on the show.
Thank you so much.
Anytime, man. Anytime, dude. I've known you for, you've been awesome.
A long time now.
Years ago, man. So I appreciate you. And we're going to, like I said, we'll say goodbye to you when we end the show here. But everybody else, this is Venom Inc. with Song 9. Off of let me see here, it's the 2022 album. There's Only Black. Tony, like I said, we'll say goodbye to you in a second. Everybody else, this is Venom Inc. off the 2022 record. And everybody, thanks for listening to the Tampa Morgue. Ed, stay safe.
I will see ya.